ഹലോ ഹലോ
രണ്ടും ഓക്കെയാണ്.
ഹലോ ഹലോ ചെക്കിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 ടെസ്റ്റിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 ചെക്കിംഗ്. ഹലോ ഹലോ ഇത് കേട്ടോ. ഹലോ നല്ല ക്യാച്ച് ഉണ്ട്. ഹലോ 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 ചെക്കിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 ചെക്കിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 ചെക്കിംഗ്. ഹലോ 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 Check. check, 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 check. cek, cek,
Check, check. Hello, check.
A warm good morning to one and all. Ma Baselios Institute of Technology and Science, Kodamangalam, Kochi, Kerala, India was started in the year 2009, upholding the motto Wisdom Crowns Knowledge and aims to provide quality higher education at par with international standards, particularly enhancing rural youth. This institution offers various diploma, BTech, MTech, and PhD programs with 76 annual intake. This institute has been established by Marthoma Cheryapalli Kodamangalam, a well-known pilgrim center of the state. The Bureau of Indian Standards is a national standards body of India established in 1947 under the BIS Act 1986 and operates under the Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. The BIS is responsible for the formulation and implementation of various standards for products, services, and systems in India. BIS covers a wide range of products and services, including industrial goods, consumer products, textiles, electronics, food products, and more. The Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering at MBITS was established in this year 2009 with an initial intake of 60 students. The department provides the best opportunity for aspiring professionals to learn and graduate with the skills needed to compete in today's world. SPICE 2K24, organized by Electronics and Communication Engineering in association with Bureau of Indian Standards, aimed to bring researchers, academicians, industrialists, and students together to offer a platform that delivers the most recent developments and trends in the field of engineering and technology to meet sustainable development goals. So once again, welcome you all to the conference. Let's move on to the formal inaugural session. Let's begin the function with a formal prayer. For the same, I invite the college choir.
ആയിരം പൂവുകൾക്കും ആകാശസീമകൾക്കും അനുപമ സൗന്ദര്യമേകിയോനേ ആനന്ദമം കാരുണ്യമേ ആയിരം പൂവുകൾക്കും ആകാശസീമകൾക്കും അനുപമ സൗന്ദര്യമേകിയോനേ ആനന്ദമം കാരുണ്യമേ കോടി ജന്മങ്ങളും വ്യത്യസ്ത രൂപം ആരുടെ കരങ്ങളാണതിനു പിന്നിൽ കോടി ജന്മങ്ങളും വ്യത്യസ്ത രൂപം ആരുടെ കരങ്ങളാണതിനു പിന്നിൽ ആ ദിവ്യശില്പിയാണെന്റെ ദൈവം ഞാൻ കാണാൻ കൊതിക്കും ദിവ്യരൂപം ആയിരം പൂവുകൾക്കും ആകാശസീമകൾക്കും അനുപമ സൗന്ദര്യമേകിയോനേ ആനന്ദമം കാരുണ്യമേ
I invite the head of Electronics and Communication Department, Assistant Professor Sherin Thomas, to give a red carpet welcome to everyone gathered.
Respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, academicians, research scholars, HODs, deans, faculty members, and all the participants. A very warm welcome to one and all to the SPICE 2K24 International Conference on Signal Processing, Instrumentation, and Communication Engineering. This event is organized by ECE Department in association with Bureau of Indian Standards, promised to be a platform for knowledge sharing. Before proceed with the events for the coming days, I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome and acknowledge the distinguished personalities over here. To start with, I would like to welcome the Secretary of MBITS, Sri P.P. Vincent. Welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Professor Johnny Joseph, sir, Principal of MBITS, to this meeting. His wealth of experience and commitment towards academic excellence have been an inspiration to many of us. Welcome you, sir. We are really honored to have our chief guest of the day, Dr. M.V. Rajesh, Associate Professor IHRD and IEEE Chair, Kochi Subsection. Welcome you, sir, to this event. Next, I would like to welcome the Director of MBITS, Dr. Shajan Kuriakos, to this meeting. His guidance has been instrumental in shaping the academic landscape of the institution. Welcome you, sir. I'd like to welcome Sri Srijit Mohan, Joint Director of BIS, Chennai branch, to this event. We are also pleased to officially announce that BIS is offering a financial support for the international conference. Next, I would like to welcome Treasurer of MBITS, Sri Jose Chundekat, representing management side. And thank you, sir, for your financial support for our conference. Welcome you, sir. Now I would like to welcome the coordinator of the event, Dr. Sajin Sears. Welcome you, sir. He will then provide a comprehensive briefing on the upcoming events and sessions. Now I would like to welcome Joint Coordinator of SPICE 2K24, Assistant Professor EC Department of MPITS. Welcome you, sir. I would also like to welcome the reviewers present here, Dr. Lanchali Krishna, Dr. Devi Prasad Verma, Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering Department. With such a distinguished lineup of speakers and contributors of SPICE 2K24 promise to be a melting point of innovative ideas. Once again, I welcome one and all present here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Every college steps up with powerful decisions. Now I request the backbone of our college, Sri P.P. Vincent, Secretary of MPITS, to deliver the presidential address.
മർത്തോമ ചെറിയപള്ളിയുടെ കീഴിലുള്ള MPITS എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിൽ സ്പൈസ് സിഗ്നൽ പ്രോസസ്സിംഗ് ഇൻസ്ട്രുമെൻറ്റേഷൻ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗിൻ്റെ സ്പൈസ് 2K24 എന്ന പ്രോഗ്രാം ഇവിടെ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ നമ്മൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഉദ്ഘാടകനായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ഡോക്ടർ MV രാജേഷ് സാറാണ്. പ്രത്യേകം അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഫെസിലിറ്റേഷൻ അഡ്രസ്സിന് വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന ശ്രീജിത്ത് മോഹൻ ഇവിടെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. രണ്ടുപേരെയും വളരെ ഹാർദമായിട്ട് ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാമിലേക്ക് കടന്നു വന്നതിലുള്ള പ്രത്യേക സന്തോഷം അറിയിക്കുന്നു. അവരുടെ ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ പ്രയോജനപ്രദമാകുന്നതെന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. ഇപ്പോഴുള്ള സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ വളരെയധികം ആയിട്ട് കുട്ടികൾ ഒരു പ്രോഗ്രാം തന്നെയല്ല, വളരെയധികം ഡിവിഷനുകൾ കൂടിച്ചേർന്നിട്ടാണ് ഈ ഓരോ പ്രോഗ്രാമുകൾ നടത്താൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. മുന്നേ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഇൻഡിവിജ്വലായിട്ടാണ് ഓരോ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റും അവരുടേതായ സേവനങ്ങൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. ഇന്നത്തെ കാലത്ത് അത് പറ്റുകയില്ല. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഇലക്ട്രോണിക്സ് വിഭാഗത്തിന് വളരെയധികം ഓട്ടോമേഷനായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് നടക്കുമ്പോഴും ഒരുപാട് കാര്യങ്ങൾ അവർക്ക് ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ എല്ലാ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റും തമ്മിൽ യോജിച്ചുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തനത്തിനാണ് ഉള്ള സാഹചര്യങ്ങൾ ഇപ്പോൾ ഉള്ളത്. ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ അത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ പ്രയോജനപ്രദമാകും എന്നുള്ള ഒരു ഗുണമുണ്ട്. അത് നിങ്ങൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഇവരുടെ ക്ലാസ്സുകൾ പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്തുവാനും ഇത്തരം പ്രോഗ്രാമുകൾ മൂലമേ കോളേജിനും നിങ്ങൾക്കുള്ള ക്വാളിറ്റികൾ നിങ്ങളുടെ എഫിഷ്യൻസി കൂട്ടാനായിട്ട് സഹായിക്കും. ലോകത്തിലുള്ള വിവിധ സ്ഥലങ്ങളിലുള്ള ആളുകളുടെ ഡാറ്റാസ് അവരുടെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ ഷെയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അതെല്ലാം മനസ്സിലാക്കുവാനും പുതിയ പുതിയ ആശയങ്ങൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ആശയങ്ങൾ അത് ഇംപ്ലിമെൻ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ തക്ക വിധത്തിൽ സഹായിക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും എന്ന് തന്നെയാണ് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നത്. അതിനായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ കടന്നു വന്നിരിക്കുന്ന പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഈ ഉദ്ഘാടകനായിട്ട് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നവരുടെ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങളും അവരുടെ ക്ലാസ്സുകളും പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ട് പ്രയോജനപ്പെടും. അവർ നമ്മുടെ ക്ഷണം സ്വീകരിച്ചിവിടെ വരികയും ചെയ്ത് അവരോടുള്ള നന്ദി ഒരിക്കൽ കൂടി പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ട് അറിയിക്കുന്നു. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ വേദിയിൽ നമുക്ക് എപ്പോഴും ഇവിടെ നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാ കാര്യങ്ങളിലും സഹകരണത്തിനായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഡയറക്ടറുണ്ട്, അതുപോലെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പളുണ്ട്. ഇവരുടെ എല്ലാം ഒത്തൊരുമയോടുകൂടിയുള്ള അധ്യാപകരുടെയും പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഈ കോളേജിനും അതുപോലെ കുട്ടികൾക്കും കൂടുതൽ പ്രയോജനപ്രദമാകുന്ന രീതിയിൽ തന്നെയാണ് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നുള്ളത്. പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിന് അതിന് പ്രത്യേകമായിട്ടുള്ള സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാ ഇത്തരം പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിലും മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഫുൾ സപ്പോർട്ടും ഉണ്ടായിരിക്കുന്നതാണെന്നുള്ള കാര്യം അറിയിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ വീണ്ടും ഇതുപോലുള്ള പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാകട്ടെ, നിങ്ങൾക്കത് കൂടുതൽ പ്രയോജനപ്രദമാവട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. ഈ വേദി അതിന് ഉപകാരപ്രദമാവട്ടെ എന്ന് ആശംസിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite our respected principal, Professor Johnny Joseph, the sculptor of human character, to address the gathering. May I take the pleasure of inviting our principal for the same.
Respected President of the meeting, our dear Secretary, Sri Vincent PP, Treasurer of our MPITS, Joe Sir, our Chief Guest, Scientist MV Rajesh of BITS, and dear professors, staff members, invited dignitaries, dear students, and also the coordinator, Dr. Sajin, joint coordinator, Robin sir, all the staff members. We are very happy to announce this conference in our college conducted by Electronics and Communication Department. This is an opportunity for all of you to understand how to organize a program, because when you are completing the BTech course, it is not only the knowledge that you have to acquire, but also how to organize programs, how to communicate your informations, how to coordinate everything. All those things you should know. So this is a platform where you can understand all these coordinations, performance, and also to share your knowledge. Now this program, this conference, it is not only for electronics. It is a combination of all the branches of engineering branches. And it is a hybrid program, so that the researches, the innovations, the progress happening all around India, not only in India, internationally, you are getting a chance to know, and also you will get a chance to share. And also, those who are doing research, you will get a platform for presenting your journals in international journals. So I am very happy that the management is giving us complete cooperation and support, and also the staff members, especially the HOD and Sajin, is organizing it in a wonderful manner. And we are also happy that the students of EC, they are also doing in a well manner, and not without their help, this organization, this happening cannot be completed in such a wonderful manner. I thank all the students, the staff members, and also the support of the different HODs and deans you are offering to us. So please utilize this opportunity to acquire your knowledge, to share your knowledge, and meet with other dignitaries coming from other institutions, especially international dignitaries are also participating. That is the importance of this conference. So please make use of it. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of light, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this morning a blessed one, invoke God by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For the same, I invite the chief guest of the day, Dr. M.V. Rajesh, chairman of IEEE Kochi subsection, and all the dignitaries on the dais. Thank you all. Dr. M.V. Rajesh Malekal is currently working as the principal of College of Engineering, Pune, and he is also the Kerala advisor of IEEE Signal Processing Society Kerala Session, chairman of IEEE Kochi subsection, and vice chairman of IETE Kochi. We are really honored to have you here, sir, to inaugurate SPICE 2K24. I invite Dr. M.V. Rajesh for the inaugural address.
Good morning, one and all. The respected chairman of this meeting, president of this meeting, and the secretary of MBITS, Sri P.P. Vincent, respected principal of MBITS, Professor Johnny Joseph, respected dean and my longtime friend, guru, and mentor, Dr. Shajan Kuriakos, joint director of BIS Chennai branch, Government of India, Mr. Srijit Mohan, Professor Sherin Thomas is the head of Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, Joss, who is the treasurer of MBITS. So I request the organizers to keep Joss sir happy every moment because he is behind funding the events, not only this, upcoming events as well. The coordinator of the conference, Dr. Sajin, my friend and joint coordinator, Robin, other faculty colleagues, and dear students. First of all, let me very sincerely congratulate Team MBITS for organizing the second edition of SPICE 2K24. My sincere congratulations. It happened to be a regular visit for me to MBITS. I do remember our sweet 3 days which we stayed here during November to have a very enthusiastic program of the IEEE Signal Processing Society, Signal, which was a funded project in which around 300 students, many from outside state also participated, and we were all staying here for the 3 days. And I remember with extreme proud the organizational skill then shown by many of my friends, including Dilip Kumar, Akhil, Sibi, under the leadership of Robin, and it was a very wonderful program. And that showed the capability of MBITS as a team to organize programs of this kind. And now when we come to the second edition of a conference, I can understand the pain as an IEEE volunteer, as an academician, as a researcher, how difficult it is to organize a program like a conference. Other programs may be lighter in their behavior, but when it comes to organizing a conference, quality is the primary concern. And I'm happy to see that MBITS could raise and invite papers, and we received around 60 plus papers, and after review, around 45 are selected for presentation. I personally would like to thank the reviewers because it is a Himalayan task to read the papers and comment on it, and even suggest the authors what kind of modifications they may need in their research. Thank you, reviewers of this conference, because in IEEE we regularly do this, and I know in the quantum of intellectual work involved into it. Again, when I think about the organizational capability, I am double happy in an inverted comma when I see Dr. Shajan here, because we were somewhat neighbors at Chenganur. Just before transferring to Pune as the principal, I was in College of Engineering, Chenganur. Dr. Shajan was there at the St. Thomas College, which is a nearby institute. And my relationship with him, because I want to mention that for the benefit of the youngsters, started when I worked a long time in Model Engineering College. Okay, frequently in government we get transferred. But Dr. Shajan was a mentor for all of us, to the entire Model Engineering College community in many aspects, especially related to AICT and all. And we also had many AICT visits together across the country at different places. And he's an expert in such things. And I hope MBITS is now blessed with his presence. Anyway, he is back to his land only, and these leaderships will be truly beneficial for you. And I'm also happy to see, and the first time, Mr. Srijit, my happiness is, of course, Government of India representative is there in this conference. That is one thing. Second, we both are NIT alumni in a general sense. Today, only that we saw each other. But anyway, these networking is very important. In any conference, when you participate, along with the technical deliberations, the networking is going to be very important. I request the students to make use of that. You connect with people in government, in research, in abroad, everywhere. And when you think about your career advancement, etc., that is one reason by which you are joining BTech program. Your first job you may get from the campus through campus interview or some other selection procedures. But in the second level of advancement, whenever you try for a lateral entry to another organization or in the same organization, networking is what is important. In the first selection, obviously your biodata may help you, but in the second level of your career advancement, not only your skill set, but the quantum of networking and the relationship you have with people, peers and bosses are going to be very important. And a conference is a venue where you can meet such people who may help you in many of your future endeavors. And this conference is funded by BIS also. Recently, when I just joined as a principal, one of the first letters I have seen on my table was to open BIS clubs in all engineering colleges. And I have started that operation. Now, I get mentoring from Srijit as well. This is very important. Whenever you do something, knowing about the BIS culture and making things standardized and understanding the procedures is very important. He's also an engineer, basically. They do both, technical as well as administrative jobs in Government of India. So such associations will also help us to expand our connectivity. Here, IEEE is very strong. I'm basically an IEEE man. And here, after the induction of the societies and IEEE for the knowledge of Rajan sir also, they are very active. They are treated as one of the best performing units under the Kochi subsection. And I was chairing it for the last 2 years. Now there'll be changes, but we are all actively there in IEEE. So once again, let me congratulate. I request you to continue this academic spirit along with cultural and other activities. Very serious technical deliberation should also happen in every campus. And MBITS is truly empowered to organize everything in a befitting manner. That's what my experience is. Once again, my very sincere congratulations to the entire team. And with the permission of all assembled here, let me declare that the second edition of SPICE 2K24 is opened. And my second phase of attack will be in the form of a keynote address. Wait for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the inaugural address. Now I invite our Honorable Director, Dr. Shajan Kuriakos, to address the gathering.
Most respected dignitaries on the dais, including the chief guest, Dr. M.V. Rajesh, my close friend, and Mr. Srijit Mohan from Bureau of Indian Standards, and respected heads of departments, professors, delegates from different institutions, and my dear students. First of all, let me congratulate Department of Electronics and Communications of MBITS Engineering College for organizing this systematically organized international conference, SPICE 2K24. As Dr. Rajesh has rightly mentioned, this is a platform for academicians, students, and all researchers to discuss and grabbing informations in the field of this particular conference is on electronics. So in the fast growing and fast developing area of signal processing. I wish all the best for this one. And by attending these type of conferences, the informations you gathered can be helped for improving your research and academic knowledges. As a faculty member, when we are standing in front of the students, the informations or the advanced informations are very much essential for discussing these topics in the classes. So by attending these type of conferences, definitely the academic people, including the students, will get the recent developments in the areas of that relevant subjects which we are discussing. The present advantages, as Rajesh sir and the principal has mentioned, delegates from international organizations are also attending. So by this, the developments happening in those areas are also discussing in this small venue. So this is a knowledge sharing, and by utilizing this, definitely this knowledge in that particular area where we are discussing will be improved. Anyway, I'm not extending much. I wish all the best, and my request to all the participants are utilize maximum from this conference and get something back to your home. I wish all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Sri Srijit Mohan J, Joint Director of BIS Chennai branch, for the felicitation.
Good morning, everyone. So all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, students, teachers, professors, all who is present here. So it's a very happy moment for me to be part of this particular program of MBITS, organized in association with the BIS. So I think now almost everybody knows what is BIS, right? Who is here? Everybody knows. Yes. But when I joined BIS back in 2014, I wrote the exam of BIS without even knowing what is BIS. After joining BIS only, I understood what is BIS, what BIS does. But over the last 2 years, BIS has been pushing towards maximum stakeholder engagement. Stakeholders involve all the parties, including government, research institutions, academic institutions, colleges, schools, everybody. All are stakeholders for us. So all these people, we are engaging with them. Why? So when we think about, we are all engineers. Engineers are basically problem solvers. So we need to know what is a problem, then identify it, and then solve it. So here BIS has identified a problem that the penetration of Indian standards or the standardization process is not much in the Indian society. So we want to inculcate that sense of implementing standards. What is standard? Why do we need standards? All those points, we want to inculcate that culture of quality and standards in the mind of students when they are in the college itself. So that's why we have started this initiative of Standard Club over the last 2 years. Now this year we are targeting to have near 10,000 standards club all over the country. So that is our target. So I'm very happy that MBITS have started a standard club here, and we are able to associate with you guys. We are able to speak to you. We are able to tell you about standards and all. I'm very happy and proud to be a part of this particular program here, which is organized by the ECE department of MBITS. So I hope that you all will benefit from this program, and more about this. Why do we need standards, and why do you need to know about standards? That point we'll discuss in the upcoming session. I hope that you will have a very beneficial session out of these 2 days conference. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Sir Jose Chundata, Treasurer of MBITS, to address the gathering.
MBITS Engineering College Secretary Mr. P.P. Vincent, നമ്മുടെ വിശിഷ്ട എഴുതി ഡോക്ടർ M.E. രാജേഷ് സാർ, ഡോക്ടർ ശ്രീജിത്ത് സാർ, Director Shajan Kuriakos, Principal Jolly Joseph Sir, Coordinator Sajin Sir, Dr. Sajin Sir, Joint Coordinator Robin George, HOD Sharon Thomas, സദസ്സിലിരിക്കുന്ന എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. സ്പൈസ് 2K24 ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ കോൺഫറൻസിന് എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the program coordinator of SPICE 2K24, Dr. Sajin CS, to brief the program.
Respected Dr. M.P. Rajesh sir, our Secretary Sri Vincent sir, our Treasurer Sri Jose sir, Director Dr. Shajan Kuriakos sir, BAS Joint Director Mr. Sri Mohan sir, our Principal Professor Johnny Joseph sir, HOD Sharon Miss, Joint Coordinator Robin sir, and other faculties and respected beloved students. I extend my warmest greetings to all distinguished delegates and participants gathered here today at the International Conference on Signal Processing, Instrumentation and Communication Engineering. It is truly an honor to address such a gathering of brilliant minds and innovative thinkers from around the globe. In today's rapidly evolving technological landscape, the fields of signal processing, instrumentation and communication engineering play pivotal roles in shaping the future of our world. From advancing telecommunications to enhancing medical diagnostics, from optimizing industrial processes to enabling autonomous systems, the impact of your work revenue base across industries and societies. Throughout our sessions, we will explore cutting-edge research, breakthrough methodologies, and emerging technologies that promise to revolutionize the way we perceive and interact with the world around us. From the latest advancements in digital signal processing algorithms to the design of state-of-art instrumentation for precise measurements, and from the development of efficient communication protocols to the integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques, there is much to explore and learn. Moreover, let us not forget the broader implications of our as engineers and scientists. We bear a responsibility to ensure that our innovations are not only technically sound, but also ethically and socially responsible. As we push the boundaries of what is possible, let us remain mindful for the potential impact on privacy, security, and the well-being of individuals and community. In conclusion, I am confident that this conference will serve as a catalyst for groundbreaking discoveries, fruitful collaborations, and lasting friendships. Together, let us seize this opportunity to inspire, innovate, and make a meaningful difference in the world. I am going to give some brief ideas about our conference. Before that, I am repeating, consider this as a chance to explore yourself. We may from different branches, whether maybe from electronics and communication department, you may from mechanical department, you may from civil department, but irrespective of in which department you include, you have to try to collaborate departments together. You have to, especially second year students, third year students are here. So consider how we can do a project by mingling with other departments. That should be your aim, and try to do something innovatively, novel ideas. There should be some novel ideas from your mind. I am going to give brief ideas about this conference. After this inaugural session, we have a keynote address by Dr. M.B. Rajesh sir on the topic advanced methods in biomedical signal processing and analysis. Then after that, we'll go for tea break, and after tea break, our presentation will start, and presentation will be held in 3 venues. Venue 1, this here itself, that is APJ Seminar Hall. Venue 2, that is PMG Seminar Hall at St. Thomas Block. Venue 3, EC Seminar Hall. Our volunteers are here. They will assist you. Don't hesitate to contact volunteers, faculties, and staff members. From 1 p.m. to 1:45 p.m., we have lunch break. After break, we have keynote address by Mr. Sri Mohan sir. He's from BAS. He's the joint coordinator of on the topic standardization and research and development. After keynote address, again our presentation will continue. Then in day 2, in morning there will be a keynote address by Dr. Binu VP, who is the associate professor of Model Engineering College, on the topic generative models. After that, our presentation will start. In afternoon session, we have an online keynote address by Professor Dr. Ranjit B. Kuriakos from Free State. He is from Free State, South Africa, Central University of Technology. He will do the keynote address on the topic, role of engineers in advancing the sustainable development goals, focus on sustainable smart manufacturing. After that, we have some presentations. After presentation, we have evaluatory function. Hope you are enjoying well. You are enjoying this conference well. Try to take this as an opportunity to explore yourself once more. Okay, all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite the Joint Coordinator of SPICE 2K24, Professor Robin George, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Our respected chief guest, all the delegates on the stage, off the stage, faculty members, HODs, all the staff members, conference participants, students, a warm greeting to all to you. Before I give the vote of thanks, let me tell you a brief about the SPICE 2K4. The first edition was starting on 2016. The conference was starting on 2016, and we published the proceeding. And the second edition we have started today, 2024. And as Rajeev sir told, that there are 60 papers, and in that 60 papers, we have selected 45 papers. And the review process was going through so many criterias, and due to that criterias, we selected those 45 papers. And we are hoping that this paper will be finally going for the Scopus Index, because Scopus Index is very important. And we are actually tying up with the various Scopus Index agencies, especially the IEEE and all. And in coming future, it is very important that the third edition, we will try our maximum effort to make a collaboration with IEEE so that we can conduct the conference in a more grand and more international way. So with this, let me come to the responsibility of thanking each one of you. First of all, I like to thank our Secretary, Shri P.P. Vincent sir, Secretary of the MBITS. Thank you, sir, for supporting this event. Next, I like to thank our chief guest, Dr. M.V. Rajesh sir, who is the chair of IEEE Kochi subsection. One more thing that I want to add here is two of our students from IEEE SB MBITS. One is Basil Joy, who is in her second year. He has been selected as a media lead in the IEEE. And another student, Akhil Sibi, he's there. Can you stand? He has been selected as the membership development chair program. So thank you for the support that you have given us, Rajesh sir, for supporting our students to go into the state level. Thank you, sir. Next, I want to thank our principal, Professor Johnny Joseph sir. Thank you, sir, for inaugurating this session. Next, I want to thank our director, Dr. Sergeant Kuriakou sir for his motivation and encouraging us to conduct this event successfully. Next, I like to thank our Joint Director PIS Shri Shridit Mohan J, who has financially supported us and funded us to move forward with the conference. Thank you, sir. Next, I'd like to thank our HOD, Assistant Professor Sherin Thomas of our department. Thank you, Miss. Next, I'd like to thank Sri Jose Chunatal, Treasurer of MBITS. Thank you, sir. And finally, I want to thank our coordinator, Sajin sir, who has been a role model and a best coordinator of this event. Thank you, sir, for this. And finally, I want to thank all the HODs, especially media members who has come and supported us. All the media members also, I thank. And all the HODs of various departments, all the students, and finally, the participants who have come to participate and present their various paper. Thank you all for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's the end of the inaugural session. Let's wind up the session with the national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष माहे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Now, first years can lead to their respective classes.
ഭാവി പോയിട്ടുണ്ടാവും കണ്ടുപിടിക്കാൻ പറയാം.
All participants are requested to occupy the front seats. Keynote is about to start.
ഞാനും ഇപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലാക്കി, ഇപ്പോഴല്ലേ നമ്മൾ ഡിപ്ലോമയുടെ കൂടെ പ്രിൻസിപ്പൾ ആയപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലായത്. ബാക്കി പ്രൊസീജിയറും കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യണം ഞാൻ, അല്ലെ? ഇവരെന്നാ ജോയിനിങ് വെച്ചേക്കണേ ഇവർക്ക്? ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ഞാനത് ചെയ്യാം. തിങ്കളാഴ്ച തന്നെ അവനെ റിലീവ് ചെയ്ത് വിടാം. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, ശരി.
Now you have a tea break for 5 minutes. Please enter immediately after having the tea, which is provided outside this hall. ഫ്രണ്ട് സീറ്റ് ഒക്കുപ്പൈ ചെയ്ത് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഒന്നിരിക്കാമോ? Now, we have a keynote address from Dr. M.V. Rajesh Sir, Chairman of IEEE Kochi subsection, on the topic Advanced Methods in Biomedical Signal Processing and Analysis. Over to you, sir.
Once again, good morning. I think everybody got sufficient energy after the tea to listen to this. It's not a very highly technical presentation. I would like to declare that because it's a collage of things collected only, cut and paste, right? Basically. But just to share some of my signal processing experience in general, and then some of the new trends in signal processing, especially related to biosignal processing. And when we try to work something on signal processing, in my view, everything nowadays that we talk about data science, data analytics, etc., are signal processing. Starting from any data, vibration analysis, machine things, starting from there to biomedical, every data collected is processed using statistical techniques. Therefore, the data science that we are currently renaming are basically signal processing techniques. You take the data, you take the average, you find out it, you analyze it, then you try to understand using different tools, including Fourier transform. That is what we are basically doing in signal processing and data science. Basically, the entire engineering, electrical, electronics, computing engineering especially, is an attempt to improve the signal to noise ratio. That is my view. Improve the signal to noise ratio. Because every time when we talk about data, the accuracy of the data, the purity of the data, the genuinity of the data, and nowadays the ethical aspects including bias are there into consideration. Therefore, all the activities are basically signal processing in one or the other way. And when we think about the signal processing scenario, different tools, starting from direct observation of the signal and arriving at some conclusions, we have different windows through which a signal can be analyzed and studied. For example, Fourier analysis is a very typical tool that we all use, which is notoriously called Fourier transform, isn't it? BTech students call it like that because they cannot understand what it is after 4 years also. E raised to minus j omega, cos omega, looks very tough. But anyway, starting from there to very, very advanced approaches are there to analyze a signal. Okay, I don't know. Otherwise, you can help me. Just next. Let us progress with the show. Let's next slide. Okay. Signal is not responding, right? Anyway, the first slide is very handsome, right? Let us enjoy it for us some more time. And of course, my point is, especially when we think about the biomedical signal processing or biosignal processing in general, the responsibility is 100 times, because you cannot have or afford to an error, especially in biomedical signal processing. That is the challenge of people who are doing research in biomedical area or biosignal processing area. If they are claiming something in their research work or paper, it should be correct. Even though we may not be able to replace doctors, our assessment should be very correct to assist them, augment their capabilities. This is what is required. Okay, let us wait. We need that for the show, right? To continue the drama. Sometimes signal processing is like this, no signals or only noise, right? Okay, fortunately it is coming up. Let us try. Go to presentation, I think. Okay. Thank you. It's done. So these are some of the things which we discussed in an IEEE Signal Processing Society seasonal school also. This slide I was presenting there because it was purely signal processing, people sitting there. And when we nowadays, when we think about signal processing and biosignal processing, obviously, these key features are coming into picture. When we think about signal processing, these are common terms. Machine learning and feature engineering, exploratory data analysis, data versus features, feature reduction, feature selection, and feature dimensionality reduction. This is because when you travel in that order, once you have a set of data stored in your computer, it is very huge in size. That is why we call it big data or something like that. But the entire data is not very beneficial for us. We cannot store it for a long time because of memory requirements. Therefore, from the data, drawing some information is very important. Key information is very important. And not losing relevant information is also important. Finally, the huge data should be sliced down. Only the features will be taken from the data, and that feature also with minimum components is what is the general objective. Let me try. Will it work or? Okay, very good. One thing which I would like to share with you, which is now happening, is signal processing. The last two slides are cliche. There is nothing new in that, I know. But you know, one thing which is very important, this is also important, right? Okay, is called the concept of federated learning or federated signal processing. I'll tell you what it is. Federated learning or federated signal processing. Federated learning means it's also sometimes termed collaborative learning or collaborative activity. You know, in the political circles nowadays, the most popular word, at least in Kerala, is federalism. Is the central government versus state government issue, and the word federalism comes here and there. I mean, in places and in out of places. You know, the task of signal processing or collecting data is not an individual effort or not the effort of a single organization. For example, when you think about patient data analysis, you have thousands of hospitals, many good hospitals, many remotely placed hospitals, all this data need to be analyzed, because rather than the amount of data, sometimes a very minimum amount of data is also critical for us. A remote place, sometimes a remote place may have a special kind of a disease. So the entire world need to give attention to that data, even though they are minority in number, remote in their geographical location, etc. Data is going to be very relevant. And they don't have capabilities, computing capabilities or other capabilities. Therefore, a kind of efficient collaborative learning and collaborative signal processing is nowadays very important. And that general paradigm is called federated signal processing or federated learning. Other things is very common to all of you. And you know, federating learning server, it is just straightforward to understand. In the learning server and the capabilities, computing equipments may be in one place, in a very city located kind of a thing. But you know, you collect data from various sources. They may have minimum capabilities on learning these things, analyzing the signal. Minimum computing facilities may be available, but that alone may not be sufficient. Then try to collaborate with a very strong federated learning center where they collect data from people with different behaviors, different approaches in analyzing at their own end. At their own end, they may be analyzing using available techniques and non-algorithms for them. But the features, whatever they got, may be given to the Federated Learning Center so that they may do a high-level analysis on the features to arrive at common or specific kinds of what I should say, conclusions. Can we try to move on? So what is therefore federated signal processing or federated learning? You might have noticed that I am using the word learning and signal processing interchangeably. Federated learning or federated approach involves a decentralized training method of algorithms, thereby helping to address privacy issues. When we think about biomedical signal processing especially, the major struggle is to associate with the hospital. When you try to associate with the hospital for a disease analysis or kind of thing, the privacy of data will arise. Because patient or their relatives may not want to share these details with anybody else. They don't even want to know that they are suffering from such an illness. So many issues are there. The data is therefore private. And many issues of data privacy breaches and leakages are also discussed across. Therefore, we need to protect the data as such. That is one thing. But at the same time, the analysis and the conclusions are generally relevant for the entire mankind, for a disease analysis kind of situation. So without violating the privacy issues, how we can only use at least the results of that findings or the behaviors of that disease scenario is very important. And there comes the concept of this federated learning. And with this, the participating institutions develop machine learning algorithms themselves. Let them locally analyze data, only get me the result. Don't tell me the name of the patient, which data you use, nothing we are trying to ask, but only the conclusions or results may be collected. And further, the FL system can try to address these features collectively. Can we move on to the next? I won't take too much of time also. Federated learning and a decentralized form of machine learning. This is very important. Decentralizing is very important in multiple aspects. One is some locations are, I mean, very poor technically. They don't have the facility. That is one reason, but they may not be kept away from the scenario. That is one reason by which we are thinking about federated learning. Another thing is, we don't want to miss anybody only because they don't have the computing capability at their end. Therefore, this concept brings and connect people. The very concept of networking everybody and then take the data to the centralized place. The server is centralized, but the processing as such is decentralized because server is costlier. And that is the key approach. The objective of the server is to utilize the data available at the user side to train a global model with the parameters. That concept comes now. The New word is global model. Each researcher, if you're doing something in signal processing, you have a model in your hand, a neural network model or something else to assess your data and arrive at conclusions with say 80% or more accuracy, etc. But you know, that may not be sufficient. Why can't we try it with a more sophisticated, more capable platform is the basic inquiry on the federated learning environment. Next. Why we need it in biosignal processing, why we go for this collaborative or federated learning in biosignal processing is because this is a shift from the centralized to decentralized data concept. The standard setting in machine learning considers a centralized data set process in a tightly integrated system. Okay, stages from standardization process is there. So whether everything can be made a standard is very difficult at times, especially handling data and analyzing it. But at the same time, to have a global picture on the conclusions, etc., we should follow certain standards. Otherwise, others will not appreciate your results. But locally, we may not be able to do that. Therefore, it is a collaboration between decentralizing some of these things and centralizing some others. And finally, from local centers, we take all of them into the federated learning environment and process it and declare it as a global result. Then only others can appreciate it. If you analyze biosignal data, there are standard data sets available. But standard data set is just for experimentation. The real data set is happening in our places, in Kodamangalam, in US, in some other places. Everywhere, the human conditions and situations, disease analysis, everything is almost the same. Therefore, this kind of approach is trying for an inclusive principle in which every data from every corner of the world is at least considered through this federated learning environment. Next. This is another reason. We think about transferring data. This is very costlier because of huge data collection across the globe. Starting from cameras to sensors, we live in a place where huge amount of data is handled. But every time transmitting this entire data to another center is very important, especially with the challenges in internet connectivity, etc. And obviously data is considered too sensitive as well. And you know, every mobile phone is connected to the internet and our data are getting transferred every moment. Therefore, managing this traffic, identifying the true and the relevant data, and then processing and trying it accurate assessments, especially in biosignal area, is a challenging thing. Therefore, we are thinking about connecting all the devices to the network, processing some of them only locally, and the final conclusion may be at the federated learning center. Next. This is very important. The local data set may be too small because in this area we have a very small hospital, but they are also doing some of the same things with any city hospital is doing, saving the people, treating it, identifying to some extent of accuracy, etc., etc. Even though it is too small, we cannot leave it. As I said earlier, in some part of the globe, there will be certain issues of health and disease which has general interest. The medical world is interested in that. The medicine manufacturers are interested in that, to help people and to have business as well, both. Therefore, even though too small, we may not be ready to leave the message. That is the approach. And you know, the local data set may be biased. That is another issue. When we try to arrive at conclusions, for example, a single type of disease, suppose you are doing something like cancer analysis. The very behavior of the disease, even though it is called cancer everywhere, the very causes may be different from one location to the other location. For example, in highly industrialized area, that may be due to the presence of certain industries over there. In some other places, it may be due to your food habit or something else, some other environmental conditions, etc. Therefore, these data, not consciously, unconsciously also may be biased. We may not be able to say that. Sometimes it is, made by us intentionally. That is a wrong intention. But unknowingly also, data may be biased. Therefore, arriving at general conclusions and general treatment methods may not work every time. But at the same time, as human beings, we should have some fighting mechanism generally for cancer. That is why we are thinking about biased data, and when we take them and the conclusion to a federated learning environment, we are trying to filter out the biases to the possible extent and make the data more and more universal, or if not the data, the results more and more universal, and finally arrive at some general conclusion. And at the same time, locally, with your too small data, some local solutions can also be arrived at. Next. The data is kept decentralized. That is key. You don't share your data with any of the federated learning centers, but you only share the result. That is what they are saying. Then using these features, we call so-called features or results, that may be arrived through different machine learning algorithms. We are using one algorithm, some others are using some other algorithm, but conclusions may be final, and such conclusions are arriving at. That is why different people are sending, sharing data, and finally we will be, it will be a collective output then when we go for federated learning. Otherwise, it is just like frogs in the well. We are sitting in our own boundaries and arriving at conclusion. Man, you are expert, but you can also commit mistakes. Therefore, if you are testing your data with the federated learning environment and get some feedback from there, their global experience will be useful for us. That is the concept. Even though you are an expert, if you ask another guy, it is good sometimes. Okay, I got this result, what you got? Or can we combine our results to have a better augmentation on our analysis or the thought process? So that is the key concern. Next. So I'm not talking about any machine learning algorithms, nothing, but just introducing to you that the federated learning systems are getting developed. And you know, when we think about two types of federated learning they are talking about, one is cross-device and cross-silo. Cross-device means even now, I mean, patient monitoring is very popular. A mobile or your smartwatch itself is a sensor. It can send data. And intentionally, for patient monitoring, special watches are there or special devices are there. If the bedridden patient, you know, such things, the monitoring and sensoring system. You know, each and every individual device can be now connected to the federated learning system, and analysis and the feedbacks can be given. That may be costlier because too much of traffic, too much of data, very difficult connectivity, etc. That is one probability. Another way of talking about the federated learning is silo. Silo means it is not a single device, a collection of devices and some more bigger facility. Maybe a hospital can be treated as a silo. If you search for the meaning of silo, it is a storage device or a company, many words it is giving. That means it's not a single device, it is a collection of devices. From there also, you can think about networking them and forming the federated learning environment. Next. And what about the federated learning algorithm is very important. And when we think about the learning algorithm, as I told, it is getting inputs from so many sources and variety of data are coming into. Therefore, mostly we trust on statistical analysis. Otherwise, our approach may go wrong. We may not be able to go ahead with highly deterministic kind of approaches. We should go for SGD, statistical gradient descent approaches, etc., for learning in the federated it's also called average algorithm. Averaging means it's a statistical process because we have to arrive at global conclusions from local data. Global conclusions from local data. That is why we are thinking about statistical learning approaches, especially in federated learning environment. Next. Now, when we try to implement this, all these are troubles. Copied from Google, of course. All these are troubles. Connecting individual devices is a challenge. different networking standards in different countries and different places is a challenge. Your BSNL don't have range here, but your Geo have another place. Geo don't have BSNL have so many different operators. All this data connectivity is a challenge for federated learning. And especially when we think about online processing of data, if some data is delayed or not coming, then the overall process may be in trouble. Just like 2-3 guys absent in your project group, fine morning, system will be in trouble. Only choice may be going to the canteen, right? Therefore, if data is missing from some of the centers, traffic issues, etc., are a challenge in the federated learning environment. We generally expect that everybody should be able to participate and contribute. Then only the system altogether, as an average, as we usually say, will be a success. Next. And another area is connected to the federated data analysis or federated signal processing is trustworthy federated data analysis. I request everybody to Google this. You will get everything. Trustworthy, or ask the ChatGPT. That is the new way, right? He will tell you, or she will tell you. Anyway, trustworthy federated data analytics is becoming popular, because when you purchase a device, a watch, it gives you the pressure and the sugar level measurements, everything. And we do believe that it is correct, isn't it? Any guarantee? We believe in these systems, smart systems. And therefore, especially on biosignal processing, it's not that requires just work, but it should work very correctly. Otherwise, it will be misguiding you. You may think that my pressure is increasing. I can take Telista 2040. It's not like that. If the data is wrong, it is very difficult. Then trustworthy data analysis is very important. This is because even nowadays, everybody can help you, including the medicine manufacturers. They love you because you are a patient. Please understand that. But at the same time, in a very smart environment, data-driven medicine requires federated efforts. They can suggest medicine, they can suggest treatment, they can even guide you to the nearest shop where this medicine is available, etc. These are the things coming up. Patients helping assistance systems are there. Therefore, everywhere when we talk about smart systems or even over smart system nowadays, the word trustworthy is very important. So please see that we ensure little, minimum accuracy in all these things. Next. Federated analysis is the practice of applying data science methods to the analysis of raw data that is stored locally in users' devices. Same story. This is that I was trying to tell you. Therefore, training, testing, analyzing biomedical data is now through federated thing. This collaborative learning concept is becoming very popular. India, a hospital in India, another hospital in America, they can collaboratively work on this. So all this happening through federated learning environment. And nowadays, online platforms are also available for federated learning. Next. Differentially private federated training for biosignal processing. Differentially privacy is the statistical science of trying to learn as much as possible. This is very important. That's why I'm reading it. Differential privacy is the statistical science of trying to learn as much as possible about a group while learning as little as possible about any individual in it. This is very important. Suppose a hospital in Kodamangalam have 10 potential cancer patients. You may be knowing their names, but forget about that. Respect their privacy. Rather, you believe in the collective data of these 10 patients and analyze the general behavior of the disease may be good. Then people may not be unhappy. We are trying to talk about the collective behavior of data. Some teachers says like that. Class B is very bad. Why? They are very naughty, right? Individuals are good. Some of Biju is good, Raju is good, Akhil is good, but class B is very bad. You are experiencing this, right? So like that, if we say like that, Akhil is good, other guy, Matthew is bad, then it is dangerous. That's not good. Rather, arriving at general conclusion, general behavior is now became a practice because of the data privacy issues. We now believe in differential privacy. keep things private for individuals, but collective things will be analyzed and arrived at. So that's a very important keyword nowadays. Okay. Then Fed Biomed is a platform. I request you to later Google and understand where you can collaboratively work. So many collaborating platforms are there. As programmers, better programmers, you all know everybody is a member of GitHub or kind of platforms, isn't it? This is for biosignal processing. This is also helping us to collaborate and work on biosignals. Okay, next. Okay, fortunately, that is the end of it. And my point only is try to see that signal processing is happening anywhere in data science as well. And it is not individual or private data, but it is collective behavior of data which we are nowadays interested in. And that collective behaviors will be taken to a federated learning environment or signal processing environment and analyzing this. Obviously, researchers doing work on same area may collaborate each other. They send data through WhatsApp or email. That is a kind of broad, I mean, very crude kind of a collaborative learning or federated signal processing. But nowadays, official platforms are available for federated signal processing. So my keywords are this biomedical processing, federated learning, and the statistical signal processing approaches. So I request you to further try to understand, especially those who are doing research in this area. I hope this was almost like a radio communication for more than 45 minutes. Let me therefore conclude this with the forum open for a few questions if you are interested in. Some are very soft to me. They won't ask questions also, right? Anyway, this is all just a very non-technical introduction to the world of federated signal processing. Thank you very much. If any researchers want to throw, because one of my PhD student is also doing something in this area, she also helped me in having this. If some general queries are there, I can answer. Otherwise, we will close with this. This is the rare occasion to attack the speaker, right? Okay, I think everybody looks so loving. Thank you very much. Continue research.
Thank you, sir, for that wonderful presentation. Now we are about to begin the presentation session. So we have two tracks. Track 1 is here, and the track 2 is in next block, which is St. Thomas block in PM George Seminar Hall. So if you got the slot for track 2, you can move to that. If you have a new one, that is APJ Seminar Hall, you can remain here. You can move to track 2 with the help of Professor Mercy George. You can join with this, miss. So we are about to begin the presentation. For the forenoon slot, we have the judges, Dr. M.V. Rajesh sir, Chairman of IEEE Kochi subsection, and Dr. Anjali Krishna, Science and Humanities Department, Professor MPITS. I invite you, ma'am. So we are beginning the presentation. Judges, please note chess number 1902. I repeat, chess number 1902 on the topic a review of the design and development of microstrip triple band, quad band, and queen band bandpass filter for 5G system. ഫോർനൂൺ സെഷനിൽ ട്രാക്ക് 2-ലുള്ള ആരെങ്കിലും ഇനിയും ഇവിടെ ഇരിപ്പുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒന്ന് അപ്പുറത്തെ ബ്ലോക്കിലേക്ക് ചെല്ലണമെന്ന് അഭ്യർത്ഥിക്കുന്നു.
So, good morning, all of you. I'm here to present a paper on the review of microstrip bandpass filter for the 5G applications. We are mainly focusing on triple band, quad band, and quin band bandpass filter, specifically for the 5G communication system. So this entire outline includes introduction, literature review, highlights, and conclusion. So coming to the introduction part, nowadays we all know that our life is confined to our mobiles. So we need data at faster rate, as fast as possible, within short time, maximum data. That is our demand. This COVID-19 make us to use all this communication system in our part of our day-to-day life. So coming to the filters, RF or microstrip or microwave filters, we are using two-port network. This is a simple two-port network. Antenna, we know that it is a single-port network. This is a two-port network. Filter is a two-port network. And this filter designs or filters can be realized using either waveguide, microstrips or coaxial cable, all these are possible. Then why we are concentrating on microstrip filters? Because we need to reduce the size and compact filters we have to design. Why? Because if it is a portable system, then size is a very important parameter. Otherwise, waveguides and coaxial lines are also suitable best for the filter designs. And depending upon the characteristics, filters can be of either low pass, high pass, band pass, or band reject filters. And this band pass filter within a frequency range. For example, FC1 and FC2 are lower and upper cutoff frequencies. We need to get the signals between these two frequencies. That is our aim to design a band pass filters. And microwave filter requirements, how to design or what are the parameters that we are concentrating on designing of these stripline filters is the weight, compactness, and the performance parameters. We will see in detail what are the performance parameters. And what we call as 5G systems is depending upon the frequency range. This is around 400 megahertz to 90 gigahertz frequency system. We are calling it as 5G systems. And from 1 to 6 gigahertz, that is what we are now using, 6G subsystems. And from 25 gigahertz onwards, higher systems is called around terahertz range, that millimeter wave systems we are calling. And now we are focusing on the 6G subsystems. So these are the multi-band bandpass filter performance parameters. First one is the insertion loss in decibel, and this is logarithmic value of the S21. S21 is the Laplace transform of the output to the input. That is a transmission parameter of the filter, the how fast or how this signal is getting transmitted through the microstrip filters. And then is return loss, fractional bandwidth. So how this is a bandwidth of the filter with respect to FC is the center frequency, and F2 and F1 is the upper and lower frequency range. Then roll-off rate is the slope of the line, that line is called this roll-off rate. Then relative stop bandwidth is the stop band's range that we need to get the signal to be attenuated in the stop band range, that is the width of the stop band. Then normalized circuit size, our aim is to reduce the circuit size as far as possible. Then the suppression factor is another parameter based on the stop band parameters. And this are the different types of filters. If you want to integrate different system, global navigation satellite system, wireless local area network, radio frequency identification system, then wide operable WiMAX systems, all these systems, if you want to integrate into a single unit without interference, we have to design a proper bandpass filter. That is our aim. First one shows the frequency response of the single band, then dual band, triple band, quad band, and quint band systems. All these depending upon the how this we are getting different bands within a particular frequency range. This is an important thing that we have to design the microstrip line. How to design a strip line? So this considering the width, W is the width of the strip or width of the conducting line, L is the length of the conducting line, H is the height of the dielectric substrate, and epsilon R is the permittivity of the substrate that we are using. We can use either FR4 or Roger, RT Duroid, Arlon, different substrates we can use. Accordingly, the epsilon R permittivity will be varying. So what we are doing is that first we will decide up to what frequency range we are choosing for our particular application. So if you want to choose for the hotspot or for particular Bluetooth, so we have to choose, that is an application level. So for that particular frequency, we will be choosing the first. Then accordingly, the wavelength equal to C by F or lambda equal to 300 divided by F in gigahertz. That is epsilon R is the relative permittivity that we are designed according to the height and width of the stream, where H is the height of the dielectric substrate, W is the width of the conducting line. So by designing proper design, we will design how the width and height of the strip, and accordingly we will get the relative effective permittivity. Then zeta is the intrinsic ratio, it will come around 120 pi. We will be finding out the characteristics impedance of the system. Then by getting this epsilon R relative effective permittivity and this impedance of the line, and we know the capacitance and inductance of the filter, we can have the proper filter parameter designs. So Coming to the literature review, while I was going through the different designs that nowadays existing for the 5G communication system, different filter designs. First one shows about a triple band pass filter with folded open loop stepped impedance resonators. Resonator is a combination of the stub and a patch. A stub is simply called as an inductance effect and a patch is the capacitance effect. A combination of these two will contribute a resonator. Resonator means at a particular frequency, if you want to filter the incoming signal from the antenna at a particular frequency range, we have to design the proper resonators, and accordingly the impedance matching also we have to go through. So the source impedance and load impedance and the port of our filters, two-port network, the two ports that we are designed, the width of the port also we have to design in such a way that the characteristics impedance should be matched. Otherwise, the signal will not be passed through the systems. So this another design shows about this folded open loop stepped impedance resonator is one of the good design. They are telling about the triple band pass filter. There are three center frequencies are shown, and this transmission zeros, to include the transmission zeros means we will be adding either stub or patch to get a transmission. Adding a transmission zero to a filter means increase the selectivity of the filter. So if you want to improve the selectivity, then we have to design the filter with the proper stubs. Then U-shaped loaded lambda G by 2 line. So this is a lambda G is the length of the guided wave, and we will be designing that U-shaped folded. Why we are folding this using this structure? Again, to reduce the size of the filter. Okay. Then this is another two different structures. Both of these structures using this multi-stub loaded. Stub means a small line with having long length, short width. That is called a stub, inductance effect. Then we are adding different stubs are added in this system. For both systems is added. Then the second system, other than these two resonators and multi-stubs, adding one more system with shortened stub loaded resonator. That is the third one shown in the middle in the second system to get the another frequency. That 3.5 gigahertz is obtained by adding that small resonator. And again, the transition zeros are increased to 6 transmission zeros are introduced to increase the selectivity of the filter. And again, this is another design, half wavelength stepped impedance resonators it is used. Stepped impedance means the length and width is again increasing and decreasing. That is why stepping, increasing and decreasing the width of the line, that means called stepped impedance. Impedance is varying. In other words, it is a distributed system. The transmission line itself factors inductance and capacitance. It is not a lumped system to separate all these parameters. So how will we design this inductance and capacitance? By using this frequency and the epsilon permittivity of the material. All these things are considered, and we will design our particular system with suitable inductance and capacitance. And this is another planar open loop structure. They are telling this the minimum loss and the size is very less in this planar open loop structure. That is, open loop means it is not connected at the one end. This is simply seeing as an open end. And this is another mixed band pass filter comparison. This first one is stub loaded uniform impedance resonator. Uniform impedance resonator means this length is as unique. It is not varying from one point to another randomly. That is like stepped impedance. This uniform impedance resonator. Again, it is stub loaded means we are adding stubs or inductance effect is we are adding to get to resonate, to get the resonance frequency at a particular required level. So this is another one. The material used, we can use either FR4 material with a permittivity as 4.4, the permittivity of the FR4 substrate, and RT duroid, it is having the permittivity of around 2.4. So if you are using that particular material, FR4 is a cheaper material, but RT duroid is very costly, but the performance parameters is high. But if the overall system, when we are designing, we will see the entire parameter, whether we can go for the high cost system or low cost system according to the applications or reliability or the importance of the entire system that we are dealing with, whether we can go for high cost or low cost. So this is a multi-coupled line stub. Stepped impedance resonator is the another one. There are multi-coupled lines are used. Multi-coupled line to the port. That is a multi-coupled line stub loaded stepped impedance resonators. This is again used for the specific applications. We are concentrating on the frequency range. So this is again another mixed band pass filter for the quad band applications. Those here we are using again the dual mode short circuited step loaded resonators with the coupled line. Then Arlon material used is again costly material. Then again having 4 required frequency, center frequency we can concentrate. So this is another method that we are widely used in this filter design technique. If cost is not a parameter. Then coming to the conclusion part, now we have designed, seen various evolvement in the, or we can say that various development in the filter design from the for the 5G communication systems. So triple band, quad band, quin band, these various bands we are designed, and we are concentrating on the filter parameters, band pass filter design parameters, how to design the functionality and uniqueness of this microstrip filters from the coaxial or waveguide filters. Then still there is a need to design fascinating and adaptable bandpass filter for the future 5G communication system. That is, we are going to go with 5G systems. So we have to design the proper filter design for that particular antenna and communication systems. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So you said that you are incorporating the RF or microwaves to reduce the size.
Either wave guided wave, or we can use the coaxial cable as the filters.
Okay.
But if we want to make it as a compact filter, then we have to move on to microstrip. Otherwise, all these three can be used in the filter design. But if we want to make a portable system, then we have to see the importance of the size. You know, for example, our mobile, we are using the filters. So that is all dealing with this microstrip filters. We cannot use other filters with size and weight is a parameter.
Okay, one more question. Is there any relationship between the shape of the band and this filter? Shape of the band?
Yes. Actually, if you want to get the good pass band means maximum roll off rate will be at faster roll off rate.
Weight varies?
It may vary.
Okay,
It may vary from the substrate to substrate, and if you are introducing the stubs and we increase the length and width of the stubs and patch, then also all these parameters, the length and width of these bands can be varied. So first we will see which frequency level we are dealing with. So the communication system, all this frequency level is allotted for different systems, and we will see at which application, which frequency level we are going to deal with. And we will take that particular frequency, and then we will design this capacitance and inductance. We will find out the capacitance and inductance. Then we will design the width and height, length of this strips.
Okay. Next. You put lambda g square as unit in the size. What that means?
Actually, lambda g is the length of the guided wave. So we are provide lambda g, we say calculation is there. That is lambda is the length of the guided wave. That is c by f. So c is the velocity of light, 3 into 10 raised to 8 meter per second square. Then f is the frequency. Then where we are going to deal with. Then with respect to the root of the epsilon Re, effective dielectric permittivity of the material. All these three components, parameters we will take, and we will find out the length of the guided wave. So we are filter design, total length of the guided wave that we are going to deal with. Accordingly, we will design, taking it as a parameter, we will find out the entire size of the filter. So overall cross-section of the area of the filter.
Okay, thank you. It was a nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
So these S parameters, S21, S11, what's the definitions? I think that's not proposed there.
Sir, actually, S21 is the transmission parameter of a filter. It is a Laplace transform, frequency response, Laplace transform of the output to the input. So it is a
Is it,
two-port network.
Laplace transform of the output to the input is generally called transfer function in an electrical environment.
Yes, yes, yes. It is in electrical environment is a Laplace transform of output. Here also, we will be finding out the poles and zeros. So we will be equating this numerator and denominator to 0 to find out the poles and zeros, and accordingly, we will design the order of the filter. So that is what we are concentrating on, the S parameters. And S21 is when we are dealing with coming from the antenna using a port, we are introducing to another material, another dielectric material, to make it as another resonator to transmit the particular frequency signal to the source to load, making it as a characteristic impedance to be matched. So that is a thing we are dealing with.
And what are these transmission zeros you mean by what?
Actually, sir, so there's a particular frequency range we are concentrating. So if you want to use for GSM or Wi-Fi or hotspot, but too many different frequency spectrum is there. So if you want to integrate all these things into a single unit for the particular application, sometimes all these systems has to be included in a single unit. Then we have to differentiate these different frequency range by adding transmission zeros. We will be giving an exact difference between, we will be differentiating these two bands. So by adding either
is it something like, can we interpret that as a stop band kind of a thing in between?
Yes, sir. Actually, stop band kind means the stop band will come when this transmission is minimum. That is where we are calling it a stop band. And
transmission zero comes?
Transmission zeros comes, we are introducing this transmission zero to increase the selectivity of the filter. So specific bands, if you want to separate.
That was my confusion. Selectivity can be described using the band, band stop, band pass, width, etc. also, isn't it?
Band pass means from one particular frequency. For example, for 2.6 gigahertz frequency, entire one particular pass band, we can design the band pass filter, and within that we can again segregate for the different, we can, it is a multi-band band pass filter design technology we are using. Otherwise, it will be a single band pass filter. So band pass means we will be concentrating on lower and upper cutoff frequency. Within that range, we are passing the particular signal.
And for a low pass environment, what is a transmission zero? If the filters involved are all low pass filters.
Yes, sir.
In that case, have you
see in this is whatever may it is, even it is low pass filter, again we will be adding, we will be taking a particular cutoff frequency. Below that particular cutoff frequency, all the signals is allowed to pass through that particular band. That is the thing. Again, within that particular frequency range, we will be making it as small units. Adding the transmission zeros, either adding the stub or patch, and we will be segregating it to make it as
that antenna design in that strips, how that shape is arrived at. For example, if you move to slide 8, in many, especially 8, how these shapes are arrived at, or how that design happens.
Okay, sir. Sir, actually, this paper, I have gone through these various literature reviews, various papers while making a design to improve the performance parameters of a filter. I was going through so many papers, reviewing so many papers. I have seen these two filters. I thought that these two are almost similar, matching with high size and adding different patch and different resonators or stubs are added. But again, seeing that in this second thing, this transmission zero is more. And how they are making, I was looking at how they are making it as different center cut of fractional band with different frequencies, in gigahertz 2.4, 3.5, 5.45 in the third column. So fourth column, that is frequency in gigahertz. And I just observed that how they are making this another band within the band pass filter, how they are making this again segregating another band. So in the second case, it is in, so they are adding one more, this is the thing, they are adding one more short end stub loader resonator to make this 3.5 gigahertz. So this is the design that they are going through. They will be, they are actually in the reviews, so many papers are there starting from single band. I have gone through all these from single band to mixed band, band pass filters. So they are, what we are seeing, this, we are designing deciding the frequency of application, then deciding this length and width, again by adding this stub, introducing the transmission zeros, then accordingly design the entire system parameters. That is what it is doing on all through all these designs of the filters. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
To everyone's attention, the presentation should be completed within 10 minutes. The presentation should be completed within 10 minutes and 5 minutes less for Viva. And there would be a reminder bell within 9 minutes to conclude your presentation within 1 minute. There would be a reminder bell in 9 minutes to conclude your presentation within 1 minute. Paper ID 1901. I repeat, paper ID 1901 on the paper title Waste Segregation Machine.
A warm good morning to one and all. I'm very delighted to start the presentation on my project topic, Waste Segregation Machine. Here I am suggesting a global significant issue, which is waste management and disposal, and suggesting a potential solution to solve this. And the challenge that we're facing is to manage large volumes of waste poses a significant difficulty and requiring effective solutions to handle the waste materials and prevent associated environmental issues. What is the problem? The problem is to manage. There is inadequate requirements for the waste management, which will contribute to pollution, soil contamination, and other detrimental effects on ecosystem. Improper disposal methods will compose risks to public health through the spread of diseases, and the bulk nature of waste will makes it challenging to identify and separate recyclable material. The main project objective is to implement an automated waste sorting system that will segregate the bulk of waste into metallic and non-metallic waste. A potent electromagnet is used to separate the metallic type of waste, and CNN, that is convolution neural network, is used to separate the non-metallic materials. The proposed system is for the classification of different type of waste such as plastic, paper, metal and glass, and deep neural network is used for image classification, segmentation and detection. A camera is used to identify and capture the image of the waste materials. This is the current methodology of our project, which includes camera, prediction model, control unit, and a separating mechanism. The camera is used to capture the image of the waste, and the prediction model consists of database and the prediction. Database comprises a large trained image set of various type of waste, which is pre-trained through a convolution neural network. And the prediction component is designed to predict the type of waste by analyzing the pre-trained image data set. And the system incorporates mainly a PIC16 F15386 microcontroller for the control unit. And a 12-volt and 5-volt SMPS provides the necessary power, and it has a relay mechanism which will automatically shutting down when excess power will enter the circuit. The separating mechanism is nothing but the hardware design, which includes a funnel-shaped inlet, rotating base, conveyor, and separating bins. This is the suggested hardware model structure. The working of this particular solution is how, when the bulk of waste is deposited to a funnel-shaped inlet, it will follow through a pipe, that is a square-shaped pipe. The one side of the funnel-shaped inlet were attached with an electromagnet. When bulk of waste is deposited to this funnel, the electromagnet gets activated and the metallic waste will directly attracted to this. And the non-metallic waste will reach the rotating base, and whenever any object is detected in the rotating base, the base will start rotating, and a camera is attached with this rotating base. Camera will capture the image of this particular waste and directs the informations to the microcontroller, and these waste will drop to the conveyor belt. Slowly, it will move to the designated basket. After the segregation of the non-metallic waste, the electromagnet will de-energize and the metallic waste will definitely move on to the basket. The main benefits of our system that is we are suggesting is enhance the efficiency by accurately classifying bulk amount of waste, enables higher recycling rates, and also reduce the environmental impacts. Also improve safety by reducing exposure of workers while handling potentially hazardous materials. Minimize the need for manual labor in waste segregation. These are the results so far, which is the detection of plastic, glass, paper materials. The major future scope of our system is the performance of the system can be further improved by retraining on larger data sets and also redesigning and improving the hardware model. We can handling the segregation of bulk waste more efficiently, and also including new emerging technologies will help to attain better accuracy. Moving on to the conclusion, the system has a significant role in automated classification of different categories of waste. It can identify both metallic waste and non-metallic waste. The use of CNN techniques for waste segregation showcases an innovative approach. Large training data set ensures accuracy. As we all know that waste management and disposal is a global significant issue. So be a more responsible citizen while handling the waste. Thank you.
So you are separating the metallic things by electromagnet. Where the CNN comes, there is no CNN anywhere.
Non-metallic components were classified using CNN. That is, the images were pre-trained to identify these objects.
But never you presented anything on that.
No, sir.
Because
It's
major
in the-
focus was on CNN and non-metallic. Metallic itself, if aluminum is there, what happens?
So currently in our project, we just focused on the metallic parts. If we
In metallic itself, of course, iron base may be attracted by the magnet. What happens if some aluminum and glass, etc., are there?
we can add after using CNN. We can train that images also. In case any images will.
That's very difficult because if you take a photograph of Brahmapuram, it's a very large area.
Yes, sir.
How can you do that? Is it practical?
This is just a prototype. We can, if a higher amount of bulk waste will come, we can just redesign this hardware model.
And
we
above
can
all,
use it.
okay, you are taking a photograph of the surface only. If the
Yes.
items are underneath, then how we do that?
Sir. While handling bulk of waste, we just just starting a prototype which handles
I
mainly
do
focus on the
appreciate
best.
that your concern on waste management is highly appreciated, but at the same time, I'm thinking about the pragmatic approach. And above all, CNN means what?
Convolution neural
Neural network. You need a computer then.
Yes.
So, where your waste management system computer, where you have it?
So, a CNN will be trained within the system. That is, the images were pre-trained by using this, and also whenever an object or any waste materials will drop into it, it will automatically detect the type of waste and send signal to the microcontroller.
But I think you have to think more on that because it should be practical. Then metallic waste one way, the other waste, how you are segregating and what the next course of action after detect. For a static image in the computer, you can say that, okay, this is that, this is this.
Yes, I know, sir.
But in a practical scenario, more, it's very difficult topic. Even corporation is getting failed on this. Individuals cannot therefore make it very easy. Okay, think about that. Anyway, that area
I'll more think
is
about
very critical.
I was supposed to ask what's about the sustainability of this method.
Ma'am, it's very sustainability about sustainability, and that the system will this system will can handle bulk of waste. When
But I
excess
mean, mercury, lead, like metals are very toxic. So, how you are going to deal with these metals?
currently, ma'am, I just focused on the main classification of waste, such as plastic, paper, glass. We see in the roadside or something, just a small prototype. When we want to make it more efficient and we want to segregate these type of waste, we need to focus on more aspects and we need to analyze and train them.
What will be the final product after this disposal?
The waste types will be segregated. If plastic is segregated, plastic bottle or plastic
When you
covers will be-
separated this metallic waste and non-metallic, and the metals again undergo corrosion. So,
Yeah.
how it affect?
metals, ma'am, we just analyzing this prototype as just metallic cans, metallic plates, or just like that. We didn't go through that exact things so far.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. To all the participants, the certificates will be distributed after the section, and the best paper of the section will also be selected. So I request all the participants to stay back. Now I invite paper ID 1903. I repeat, I invite paper ID 1903 on the paper title, line following car with signal recognition.
A warm good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Rizwana Ibrahim, and my co-authors, Niranjana S. Nair. I am delighted to be here to talk about the topic line following car with signal recognition. I have had the opportunity to delve deep into this topic and uncover some fascinating insights. Throughout the presentation, I explained these topics. Before dive into details, I want to take a moment to highlight why this topic is important and relevant to you. The automated system has brought a major development in the field of technology. And in this topic, here we introduce an innovating paradigm that is a line following car that follows a predefined path and which stops at the red signals and moves at the green signal. According to the recent data, according to the recent data, a vast road accidents were occurred due to the human errors and uncontrolled traffic. This can be overcome by the development of self-driving vehicles. Without any delay, let's move on to the presentation. And in the introduction, it explains the economic development relies on efficient transportation. That is, we can improve on efficient transportation but we can improve the economic development by efficient transportation. And the extensive research existing on traffic control system and the self-driving cars show progress but face challenges. Challenges like security issues and the cost implementation. This can be overcome by implementing new technologies. And the line following robot offers potential transportation solutions. That is, the line follower robots will follow a predefined path, so it can move goods on a specific path. So the transportation will be more easier. And the accident range compared to the self-driving and the traditional vehicle, it is more on traditional vehicles compared to the self-driving. The technology competition aims to enhance automobile safety. The robotic extend beyond self-driving cars in transportation. And let's move on to next slide, that is motivation. And the growing cart needs better transit. The growing cars means it is the increasing the number of the vehicles on road due to the population and the urbanization. And the automation also boosts the safety and efficiency. And the line following robot aid with sensors, that the sensors can detect the path and which can move on the predefined path. And the automation eases congestion also. Balancing manual and automatic control. And self-driving tech enhances safety. And the auto industry attract young talent, that is the young generation have many opportunities in the field of automation. And the problem statement is, the smart cities encounter challenges in managing traffic due to real-time limitation in existing technique. That is, it is difficult to respond to the real-time changes when there is a heavy traffic. While automation observes areas are crucial, solutions like manual police control falter in heavy traffic. It is very difficult to control heavy traffic during the busy times. And achieving fully autonomous driving remains a goal, but prototype utilizing advanced sensors offer promising solution for enhancing traffic management efficiency. And the literature review is, the first paper is automated e-vehicle stopping system at signal. It aims to enhance the traffic signal security and minimize the rules violation. It uses a handset and a microcontroller circuit for vehicle halting automation. It also reduces the accidents and promote adherence to traffic rules. Aligns with the focus on robotic and automation. Let's move on to the next slide. And the next paper explains image processing algorithm for self-driving car navigation. This paper developed navigation algorithm for self-driving cars, and it combines high-res camera images with the LiDAR data for input integration. It utilizes the non-linear filtering for landmark detection. Continuous observation of stationary objects mitigates error, and it emphasizes data fusion with GNS and INS for accuracy, and it presents promising avenue for autonomous vehicle navigation. And this is the existing system, and the fixed timing of traditional light causes peak hour congestion. That is, the traditional traffic light with a fixed schedule may cause traffic congestion during the busy time. And the current system struggles with the variable traffic loads. And the law enforcement ensures rules compliance through patrols. The smart traffic management. This is the proposed system, and we develops a fully autonomous vehicle for enhanced road safety. To integrate the sensors for path following and traffic signal recognition. It also uses the image processing with cameras for the traffic signal detection, and it control algorithm ensures adherence to traffic rules, and it stops at the red lights and moves on the green signal. And the line follow robot equipped with the infrared sensors, it reduces the traffic congestion and minimize accidents. This is the proposed system block diagram. The Arduino is the main microcontroller used. It is to compress all the data that given by the IR sensors, and the PC is to detect the traffic signal, and the motor driver is to control the speed and movement of the car. The prototype catches real-time data using IR sensors. The laptop processes images and transmit data to Arduino. And Arduino analyzes data for lane position, stop signs, and traffic signal. Decision made to continue moving or stop based on the analysis, and the motor command issues by Arduino for the movement control. The continuous loop ensures real-time response to changing the condition. This is the resultant analysis. It's a line following car with 2 sensors. It utilizes the sensors to detect a predefined line or path. Typically employs actuators like DC motors for the movement. The traffic signal is red and green. The traffic signal recognition achieved through image processing. The algorithm designed to make decision based on this information to ensure the car stops at the red light and moves on green and follow traffic rules. The advantages of this topic is it reduces human intervention and automation and traffic flow optimization, and improve the safety and reduce it in traffic violations. The future scope is the augmented reality interfaces in vehicle provide valuable information on traffic condition and optimal route for drivers and passengers. The governments are developing regulatory framework to accommodate these innovations. And line following cars are becoming integral to the future transportation landscape due to their evolving technology and enhanced capabilities. I would like to conclude with these points. The self-driving cars are anticipated to become the standard mode of transportation. These advancements improve traffic flow efficiency and raise the standard for road safety. Advancement in computer vision technology are expected to lead to even more advanced and effective technologies for the safer and more efficient roads. By implementing these strategies we discussed today, we can achieve more safer transportation and more safer technique use. Thank you for the time and attention. Thank you.
Okay. Why you are using IR sensor instead of using any other electromagnetic sensor?
Because we are used a predefined path. So the IR sensor detect the path that
What's
is
the exact mechanism in it?
if we draw a line on a white floor that is a black lane, it will detect the white surface and moves on the path. So if there is a curve, it will detect the white surface.
Then how it is reliable during the daytime and nighttime?
Yes, using sensors, it can detect the line. The sensors detect the color. We using color sensors.
What color sensor?
IR sensor using.
What's the color of IR?
Color of IR. I'm not aware about it.
Go and check it, okay?
Okay.
Next, you missed one thing in the literature review. What's that? You pasted the author
Traffic.
name and the year where the paper published, but you missed one thing. Where it get published, you missed the journal name. So
I
you
took
should
it.
write that.
Okay.
Okay.
Line follower robots and autonomous vehicles do not match. They are different, right? In a real-time road scenario, what's the meaning of line following?
Because if we are on a road,
The entire road is black, right? Or otherwise, suppose you are starting from here and going to Munnar, what's the meaning of line follower? This is one thing. Second, your block diagram have a computer,
yeah,
a
we
camera.
Yeah.
So in every vehicle, you should have all these things. A
No.
computer.
It is a prototype, so we are cost compared to the cost. We are
No,
using
anyway,
laptop.
even in the prototype, you need all these things, isn't it?
Yeah.
So every vehicle will have a computer, your
When it come
microcontroller.
to, we are just giving
Anyway, you have
prototypes.
to take image, analyze it in computer, and take some decision and then control. Means
Yeah.
every vehicle should carry a computer.
No, no.
Hmm.
ഇപ്പൊ പ്രോട്ടോടൈപ്പിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ കാണിക്കണമെന്നുള്ളൂ. ഇനി റിയൽ ഇതിൽ
In
വരുമ്പോ
the real time, you replace the computer with what?
റാസ്ബെറി പൈ.
Then why can't you do it here also?
We are doing this project in this SEM, so we are using laptop instead of Raspberry Pi.
That
For
is
the
my
cost-
question. Why can't you use Raspberry Pi? Computer is very costlier and heavy.
Oh, it's for convenient for the user.
No.
No,
Raspberry Pi is much convenient than your
Yeah.
system, right? Okay. Um, line follower, as such, it's a toy thing. It's
Yeah.
interesting, but autonomous vehicle is a completely different terrain domain.
Yeah, we are combining both the line following autonomous and
No, in a road scenario, no line need to be followed. Google Map driven systems are going, isn't it? What's the meaning of line following in that context? In between, sometimes deviation comes because road works are happening here, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you prefix the line, that won't work. Okay, anyway, think in detail about the possibilities. The line follower thing will work. Send throughout the two senses, it will go. But when it comes to a vehicle scenario on road, you need more.
we can use it in traveling goods in some
No,
industries.
even good in a small
Yeah.
area inside the cabin. If you move
We're
something,
actually combining both the traffic.
then
the
there
main
is no traffic in a closed environment. If you are
Yeah,
using
yeah.
transportation purpose internally inside this college, suppose you are
Yeah.
transporting something, there is no traffic jam. So your wild thought process is appreciated of having this and the autonomous vehicle, but the autonomous vehicle is completely different than a
Yeah.
line follower.
Actually, we are combining both the self-driving cars and the traffic signal. Actually, it's are separated, but in
It's not even combining. You got some inspirations from here and there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Now I invite paper ID 1904. Now I invite paper ID 1904 on the paper title Simulation Model for Implantable Wireless Neural Stimulator.
Good afternoon, judges, my dear colleagues, and all the fellow scholars who are present here on this presentation. Actually, I am glad I have got the stage to present before you this topic, which is on the recent works that we have been pursuing based on our project, which is the simulation model for an implantable wireless neural stimulator. Firstly, let's go into the problem statement. That is, nowadays there is the lifestyle diseases like the non-communicable neural diseases like Parkinson's disease or the Alzheimer's, epilepsy are coming common. Or like the aging of people, these diseases are being commonly found. Like I have my grandfathers, two of them, who had experienced these diseases. So as an effective solution for this, we have to come up with more and more technologically advanced solutions for the same. At the same time, we do have some solutions as of now. There are implantable devices, but as of now, the devices that we use are actually the battery powered, and they may be of the life of about 10 years. They do tell us that there is a life of 10 years, but maybe if the battery goes wrong or if it is faulty, it may lost its life, and may last only up to 2 years or such. So there is a risk of being risk for another resurgery and replacing the batteries and such. So the sustainable solution that we can give for this is a wireless implantable nervous device, by which we are powering the device wirelessly from outside. Hence, by this method, we can also reduce the device that is to be implanted inside the body, because the size of the device that is to be implanted is mainly dependent upon the battery power that we are using. Because the energy density that we can pack up in the nowadays is not that much. The battery and energy industries are working on that along with. So the battery life may be improved in the coming years or coming technologies. But as of now, we have to implement this wireless technique into this implantable device. So as a from the work till now, we have done the simulation for this model, and we are going to develop the hardware based model, which could be practical for the, I don't say it is practical, because from our point of view, we can do our best. Then next, the simulation tool that we use were the LT-SPICE to version 24.07. The model mainly incorporates the simple power electronic devices that we use, like buck converter, class inverter, then class C rectifier. These devices may be familiar for many EC students or such, because they have the subjects and they are going through subjects. But these small and efficient power electronic circuits can be of great advantage in this kind of context. Now let's look into the proposed topology that we have given. From the external unit, we have a wireless power transmitter. It can be of different types. Like it can be a simple battery which could be replaced externally over the period of time. Otherwise, it can be a rechargeable device which we can use. Also, the novelty we are trying to bring into this is that if everyone nowadays have a smartphones or handheld devices which is able to produce a power of like 5 volt 0.5 amp, I think that is 2.5 volt 2.5 watt of power. So we can use that power to recharge the device that is, or the battery that we use in planning. Hence, that's also a novelty we can bring. The function unit consists of a pulse centering circuit. That is the inside the implanted device, we have a functional unit which is the wave shaping circuit, because the outside we have the power unit which transfers the energy from the battery into the implant device. And then we have the final wave shaping circuit, because in order to trigger the nerve, or it may be different for different scenarios, like for Parkinson's or epilepsy, we have to do different acceleration mechanisms. It may be from a pulse width of certain milliseconds or such, or either it might be of a exponential wave. So we have to consider as such. Then according to the problem statement, we can design the device accordingly. Now let's see the design of the power unit that we have discussed, that we have made. We have actually firstly incorporated a buck converter. A buck converter is simply a DC to DC converter, step-down converter. There are normal linear DC converters, but a buck converter can be of very small, compact in size, and which is actually useful for us in this topology, because we have actually space bound and also need to miniaturize the material. Also, it is very efficient, really efficient, because it is as a efficiency of about 90% of efficiency. Because then the buck converter, we have given 30 watt input, 30 volt. It can be different upon our different scenarios that we use. The 30 volt is here stepped down to a 14.2 volt signal. Then with the 14.2 volt signal, we are giving it to a class C inverter. A class C inverter is used because the DC signal we have, it cannot be wirelessly transferred. For wireless transmission, we need a high frequency AC signal. For AC signal, we need an inverter, right? Then there are, through the literature, we had discussed many inverters like class AB, class C, class B. But from the research, we have found that class E inverter is the one which is suitable for this model because it is really power efficient and also it requires low space, etc. etc. So it matched our use, and hence we use the class E inverter. Next up, we have the wireless transfer mechanism. The wireless transfer mechanism we used was a inductive coil, which will be discussed in the next slide. Then we have the next after at the receiving end, that is in the implanter side, we have the receive signal. After that, we have to reconvert signal into a DC because the AC cannot be used to stimulate the nerve. So we bring a DC signal which is with the help of class C rectifier. Then these are the results from the power unit that we have made. That is, first one is the output waveform from the buck converter, which had produced a 14.2 volt with a settling time of 5 milliseconds. The settle time is to be considered because in medical devices, actually it cannot be it has to settle down, and the system has to give out the stable output in a small time. That is, here we have the output given in a 5 millisecond, that is settle time. Next up, we have the class E inverter's output, which is the 14.2 volt itself at a high frequency of 150 kilohertz, which can be used for wireless transmission. Then at the receiver end of the coil, we have the 4.7 volt because the wireless transfer mechanism we used, the inductive wireless transfer, was a step down mechanism. So it has stepped down from 14.2 volt to 4.67 volt. Discussing about the wireless power transfer, there are different types of wireless power transfer that can be used in implantable medical devices because there are capacitive wireless transfer, inductive wireless power transfer, or magneto-electric wireless power transfer. But in our case, we are actually stimulating a signal which is stimulating a nerve which is not that much depth beneath the skin. For higher depths, we may need to use the magneto-electric. But at our case, we can efficiently use the inductive wireless power transfer. Hence, we thought for that. Then next one is the wave shaping circuit, which shapes circuit and creates the pulse. We have here we have designed a pulse which is of pulse width of 50 milliseconds. So we have use the simple monostable multivibrator which can be used to design the pulse width. Hence, we have made the wave shaping circuit at the final. And as the result of this full simulation model, we achieved the final result as given below with the 4.4 volt at 50 millisecond at trigger, which can be used to trigger the target neurons that we have needed. Then, as a conclusion, we are giving we have a simulator system with a cable of 50 millisecond pulse width with an amplitude of 4.6 volt at a fast settling time of 20 milliseconds. And at the same time, we are also trying to implement the control unit because in implantable devices, we have to consider the safety or it is accurate because so we are taking a feedback from the system and analyzing whether it is correct with the control unit also. It is also in our future works. We are working on it. And we are trying, by this we are proposing a novel idea to treatment of the Parkinson's disease, chronic pain, cardiac arrhythmias, and epilepsy, etc. These were the references that we have to go through. And thank you.
So your focus was only for the design of charging system, right? Not on the simulator.
Yes, sir. Actually, stimulator exists. Stimulator systems do exist, but
can you just come to slide number 5, where you have shown that LT-SPICE model? Right? My question is, the device is implanted in body.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You are trying for wireless charging.
Yes.
Nowadays, phones are also have that facility.
Yes.
Why all these things are there? Because that's one electrical question. Correct me if I am going wrong. You are starting with a 30 volt and finally arriving at a sine wave. What is that? After the
sine wave required was because in order to do wireless transfer.
correct. Why can't you just design an oscillator?
Oscillator means
You are thinking about a 30 volt. In what is the relevance of that 30 volt DC? Nowhere we have that.
30 volt DC. This was just a prototype we have designed. We can
No,
change
when we
these
design
values.
systems, we should design for available things, isn't it?
Yes.
What is the fancy in 30 and then finally coming to that 14? Why can't you directly design an oscillator?
Next step, we are going to give the first input as 5 volt because as I told earlier, we have trying to for the USB power. So USB power, which is 5 volt. So we are going to standardize the 5 volt with the next approach, which can be easily modified with this design.
No, now here the approaches will be the 30 to around then 14 point that you are coming AC voltage. Then if it is 5, everything will change. Even with that 5, why can't you use an oscillator?
It could be used, but we according to our literature, we arrived at this solution.
It looks like a long solution. Oscillator means a simple circuit. Then of course you transformer couple or whatever way you couple, then rectify filter or whatever it is, charging may happen. So I'm not very sure about that. What is the relevance of exactly this 14.2 etc.? How the design came in?
Design that we had a target of this design just to design this.
Why 14.2? Why can't it be 14 or 15?
It could be, sir, because it is. We are halfway through our project. We are.
Oh, I do appreciate whatever it is, but this looks like fancy numbers to me.
Nothing fancy numbers, just
14.2. Why?
Actually, I had it is 30 volt now. The buck converter actually has a 90% efficiency because we had to step down to half of it. Actually,
I do agree, but 14.2.
Actually, the target was about 15 volt, but with the efficiency differences that we had, actually buck was the best converter that we had from the literature survey. So with this, we had 14.2 volt.
Okay, have a very detailed, closer look into all these aspects.
Okay.
Otherwise, it is very helpful. Yes. Wireless charging, and inside the implanted stimulator, you are using a rechargeable battery. Then.
Yes, sir.
What will be the frequency of that recharging?
That charging that we have. The battery is placed outside, sir, which is the powering unit outside.
So the patient need to come closer to that for charging.
No, we have the outside device is wearable device must be. It must be wearable with the can be wearable as a watch or can be used in the pocket like that. And that is the wireless. With that we can wirelessly transfer the power to the implant device. That is the distance we are using.
It's a naughty question then. Then you have to charge the device that you are carrying, isn't it?
Yes, sir. That's the one because that device is the one to be charged. That is the device can be charged from the external chargers or the cell can be replaced.
So that works as a power bank for your implanted device.
Like that. Because the same one in earlier times the battery was implanted inside, but that time we had to surgically batteries. This time we can easily swap out the batteries from our convenience or like charge from the charger.
Then I'm again further confused. Inside the body there is no battery.
No battery.
So the system will work only if you are near to that.
Yes. No, that battery is actually placed outside. It should be always with the patient.
Okay, then that can be easily charged.
Yes, that's so.
Then whether we go for this much of struggle?
Struggle means the struggle is to wirelessly transfer this inside inside our body.
No, but if battery is outside, why we are worried about charging it? Take it out, charge it, place it.
Sir, actually battery is outside because we are able to transfer the power wirelessly to the implant device because the device is actually implanted.
I can understand. Then again, I don't know how battery alone come outside.
Yes, sir. Battery. This one is the battery actually. From this, we are actually powering, and up to this, we are the outside device. From this, we have to induce the device with the inductance, which is inside and is implanted in the body.
Okay. Then my first question prevails, whether we just want an oscillator only. Okay, just think about it.
Just we'll look into this, sir.
Thank you. Anyway, the humanitarian project, that's good. But think about this aspect.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, my question is it convenient to implant the device anywhere in the body? I mean, once it get that, how it get functioning normal?
Once it
Get that.
Once it get that, it will actually need the previous surgical methods that we used to remove the battery, remove the device, and replace it. There's nothing that
Is there any limitations?
Limitations for such if the simulation is actually if the simulation that we need is actually deeper inside the body, that is actually inside the brain at some point, then we have that simulation, that limitations of implanting the device inside the brain, etc. Actually, the use is to trigger a pulse, because as humans, actually in basic terms, we have a positive and negative pulse for the triggering of our nerves. This Parkinson's disease, we know that we have this shaking mechanism, that happens because either of the positive or the negative. I'm actually explaining in the colloquial terms, because any of these terms, any of this polarity becomes ineffective. Then the only other negative polarity only works. That is, if my hand is shaking, I have to give the positive impulse, but I am not able to give the positive impulse. That's why my hand is still shaking and shaking. That's the actual cause of Parkinson's.
Okay, we are implanting a device, so the body treats like a foreign body. So what's the mechanism actually
No,
happening?
ma'am, actually the implanted devices are actually existing from 1960s, because we have pacemakers from which are built in 1960 as such, and the devices that we use have the medical grade. So these are actually tested widely, and we can use them.
What's the size of the device?
Size of the device, it is in the millimeter range, micro, and these
Micro or nano?
Micro.
Yeah.
And these devices also can be miniaturized with the help of the future developments.
Okay. In the current slide, there is you mentioned the class E. What the E stands for?
Class E, I don't know the E stands for, but the class E inverter actually works on the basis of a zero voltage switching.
Okay.
Actually, the inverter, if you
Then
have
what about the rest classes A to F?
class A to B, but they have the limited efficiency, because class AB has 67% efficiency, class A had 54 efficiency, but class E had 90% efficiency.
Efficiency, based on efficiency,
Based on efficiency,
you categorize
this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Participants to be presented in the afternoon session could go to the canteen and have your lunch. Next, I invite paper ID 1905. I repeat, paper ID 1905 on the paper title AI-based irrigation system.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I'm here for presenting our project topic, AI-based irrigation system. We all know agriculture is the base of our life. Without agriculture, no life exists. And nowadays, everyone leads a busy life. Everything we need is easiness. And for that, we implement technologies along with our lifestyle for making things more easier. But still, most of the farmers around us follows the traditional agriculture methods, which is time consuming and less efficient. As we took this as a problem and we find it as a motivation for our project. And we aim to improve the efficiency and ease of farming by integrating modern technologies. In our project, we use the technologies like artificial intelligence, IoT, cloud computing, etc. And by using these technologies, we are implemented a precision and an automatic irrigation facility along with an enhanced technologies like animal inversion detection and alarm generation system, fire detection and weed detection system. And we totally aims for smart farming enhances productivity, reduces resource wastage, and promote a sustainable farming methods. Before, as we start our project, we had checked on several problems that our agriculture sector faces. And the problems are our agriculture sectors are still inefficient and unoptimized, and the aspect of farming such as irrigations, pest control and funded are difficulty in monitoring and managing, and there are lack of precision in the usage of resources like water and labor. Before entering to a project, let's just discuss about the existing system that is relevant in our agriculture sectors, but which is usually used by small amount of farmers till now. And these all sectors are only uses either irrigation only or sensing processes. These are the four types of existing system using that are sensor integrated systems, machine learning algorithms, automated control system, and precision irrigation implements. This is the block diagram of our entire project, and our project consists of an image process unit and microcontroller unit, existing system, and this is our project. No. No, so this we had referenced several papers, and on the papers, the first paper was sensor integrated paper, and it only sensor the soil, weather, humidity, etc., and just giving the sensing methods, not any other things are used. And machine learning, it only predict the soil moisture, and it gives us the method of irrigation we should have to provide, no automatic irrigation. And the next one is automated control system, which give irrigation process but did not it senses any other parts like animal invasions or anything. And the last part, it also uses the water usage by first we implement manual irrigation facilities for 3 to 4 times. That after it only learns about the irrigation facilities and will do that. But in our project, we implemented automatic irrigation system by sensing the soil moisture, and we provide irrigation in that amount according to the soil moisture content. And we also integrated it along with animal detection system, flame sensing, and alarm generation system, and weed detection and alarm generation system. These are the all things that we implemented in our project. Okay, sir. So this is a block diagram, and we have an image processing part, microcontroller part, and sensing, IoT cloud part, etc. From this project, firstly, we took the animal detection and alarm generation system as a phase 1 part, and we implemented it in our college project phase 1. And this is our project phase 1 block diagram that we implemented only animal detection and alarm generation system. In this, we have 3 major parts: image processing unit, microcontroller, and IoT cloud. In the image processing unit, we have a camera and a laptop. The camera will take the picture of the farm in 24/7 manner, and the laptop analyzes the images that the camera will give to it. And if any animal invasion is found by the laptop, it will give the information to the microcontroller, that is the Node MCU. And the Node MCU will turn on the buzzer and provide the information to the IoT cloud. And the IoT cloud have a mobile app that is normally Blink IoT app that we are using, and it is installed in the farmer's phone, and they will get alarm about the animal invasion in their farm. This is the phase 1 part, and these are the explanation of the components we had used. And the methodology of the project is I already explained. We took the photos and the laptop will analyze it. The Node MCU will took the information from the laptop and analyze it. And if any animal inversions are detected by using the machine learning algorithm, it will give the information to the buzzer and also the IoT cloud. And the IoT cloud will generate the Blink IoT app on the farmer's phone, and they will get the information about the animal inversion, and a alarm sound will generate in their phone. This is the phase 1 circuit diagram. In that we have a Node MCU and just a buzzer, but this is only the phase 1 part. Okay. So this is the output that we generated by using the laptop and the Node MCU. The elephant was detected. All types of elephant will be detected, and we also detected birds, but unfortunately we do not have that as a document. And the advantages of our project was we have early threat detection, reduce the water usage, we can monitor our farm in a 24/7 manner, and we can customize the types of animals and the weeds as the type of the farm and the field and the surrounding systems. And we have several future scopes for this project, as we can implement several other sensors like nutrition sensors for providing enhanced crop management systems, and we can use it for reducing the food scarcity, and we can improve the food security and environmental conservation. From all of these things, we offer the precision, efficiency, early threat detection, and continuous monitoring of our fields, and the transformative potential of AI in revolutionary traditional agriculture processes. By all of this, we are implementing an enhanced and a time less agriculture facilities. Thank you.
Where the AI is used?
AI is used in the irrigation process that we had not completed yet.
The title is, what's the title of your paper?
AI based irrigation system.
But you might have changed it.
No, sir. I already mentioned that we are using AI based irrigation system along with the enhanced methods like animal detection and all other things.
But you are only talking about animal detection.
That we had just completed our phase 1, and the
Then
irrigation.
you might have changed the title to animal detection.
Yes,
isn't it?
Yeah. But
And nowhere AI is applied so far. And in the animal detection also, how many acres of land you are covering?
What?
How many acres of land you are covering?
we can cover it as the what as the efficiency of our cameras. We can use different types of cameras for covering this much
No,
of
I'm
areas.
not asking about general things. What in your project, how much you covered?
Now we are using it as a small type of project, as it's our college project. So we are using a camera that would cover a small square meter area.
Then, because at least you should provide a space for an elephant, right? To get in.
Okay.
It's not, I mean, it's not your photo, I think.
What?
This elephant is in.
No, this is our project, and we had presented this in our college, and we took these photos for our documentation purpose. This is from Google. These photos are from Google, and we had scanned it in our laptop's camera.
My question is, anybody who sees the photos knows that it is an elephant. Why we require AI? Why we require anything else?
Sir, the actual thing is, we are implementing this in our fields, and if any animal will came into a field, we uses a camera. But in our college project, we doesn't able to see that, right? So we uses our laptop camera for seeing that an elephant came to our fields. So we just scan that in our laptop camera. But in actual, we produces another camera in our field, and it will generate it.
Then also you don't require any AI, isn't it? If an elephant is coming, because in every college, every shop, people are observing cameras. And if something is coming, they can directly understand it.
We are using AI in the irrigation system.
Here you don't want AI.
No.
Here you only want a camera.
No, we are using machine learning algorithms.
Why? To understand the photo, I mean, see the photo and understand that it's an elephant, why you require
Yes, we need the machine learning because we have to learn about we are not only using elephant, we are using several animals like birds, pigs, etc. So we need
That's not
coordinate
that's not
systems,
possible.
etc.
Birds, it's not possible.
Yes, sir, we have detected birds already.
See, static images can be processed and we can detect anything in that. In a real scenario, how it is done.
Yes, we by using the machine learning
And
algorithm.
you know, because everybody is using machine learning algorithm. By seeing the photograph, everybody knows that it is elephant. Why you require machine learning there?
But in the farms, we are not seeing the photograph. We actually seeing the living animals and birds, etc. So we should have to need a machine learning algorithm to analyze the images,
Why
to analyze
anyway
the
you're
coordinate systems,
you're
etc.
taking the photo. Please understand my point. When you present something, you cannot say that I am using machine learning for machine learning. Because in a farmland, if something is coming, if camera is there, you can understand that no machine learning. In the camera installation, they are not introducing any machine learning.
In the camera installation, we can see the animals if we are looking through the, if we are looking on it. But if a farmer is away from the farm and he is not able to looking on the camera, he should have to get any alarm system for that. He should have to inform
How that alarm is generated and how he knows it.
that we had installed Blink IoT app in his phone, and by using this method, they will analyze that it's an elephant. Our Node MCU will, according to the coordinate system, it will understand that it is an elephant
What
cave.
is not NCU?
Eh?
What is NCU?
Node MCU is a microcontroller which we use for the purpose of both. It have a Wi-Fi module and it has act as a microcontroller. This Wi-Fi module connects with the Blink IoT cloud for purposes of sharing the messages between the microcontroller and the mobile apps or the user.
So you want a laptop, you want a microcontroller, you want a camera, you want the cloud, you want the internet connection, you want mobile phone.
Yes, sir.
Is that very easy for a farmer to afford all these things?
That's why we are implementing it in a small cost, like it's just the initial cost is required. No other costs are wanted, right? If first we will initiated it, installed it, no other expenses are coming. If otherwise any animals came and any invasions occurred, the farm will fully destroyed. That cost will take only for this also. Okay. Thank you, sir.
I also have the same type of questions. How many cameras are required for detecting these animals?
It's according to the area of the land. We
Okay,
need
you
it.
also mentioned you are detecting the soil moisture only. Only that parameter you are going to detect.
No, miss. We are using moisture sensor for checking the soil
And
moisture.
what's the relationship between the soil moisture and pH of the soil?
Soil moisture and pH. According to the pH level, the moisture of the soil changes, right?
Is it acidic or basic?
Depends on the soil.
Yeah. Actually,
Yes.
I am from a science discipline. That's why I'm asking these kind of questions. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. The best paper award would be given. Therefore, I ask everybody to stay back. Session 1 is over.
Now I invite both the judges, Dr. M.V. Rajesh sir and Anjali ma'am onto the stage for giving the awards. I repeat, I invite both the judges, Dr. M.V. Rajesh sir and Anjali ma'am onto the stage for giving the certificates. I also invite the joint coordinator, Professor Robin George, and also the coordinator, Dr. Sajin CS, to give away the awards. Now, the participation awards. Jayalakshmi B, Anita George, Rizwana Ibrahim, Kezia Susan Matthew, Afrina Zakir. Now, the most awaited Best Presentation Award goes to Anita George of Cochin University of Science and Technology. Congratulations. Best Presentation Award goes Now it's time for the lunch break. After a few minutes, you can collect the co-author certificates from here itself. Good afternoon, everyone. We have a token of appreciation to Dr. M.V. Rajesh, sir. For the same, I invite the principal, Professor Johnny Joseph, and also Srijit, sir, and all the coordinators to the stage. A token of appreciation to Dr. M.V. Rajesh, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being part of the SPICE 2K24. Now, we have a keynote address from Sri Srijit Mohan J, Joint Director of BIS Chennai branch. Due to the lack of time, we are moving to next session. The keynote address will be added further. I invite the panel of judges, Sri Srijit Mohan J, Joint Director of BIS Chennai branch, and also Dr. Sajin CS. Once again, I invite the judges, Sri Srijit Mohan J, Joint Director of BIS Chennai branch, and also Dr. Sajin CS, Associate Professor, MPITS. Once again, rules and regulations. Total 15 minutes for the presentation, 10 minutes for the presentation, and last 5 minutes for the Viva. During 9th minute, you will be having a warning bell. Thank you and all the best.
So good afternoon all. So our topic is face detection techniques and challenges, a survey. So these are our contents. So face detection system. A face detection system is a system so face detection system. A face detection system is a system which is used to locate faces in a given image, input image or a video, and it can be used for biometric application purposes such as face recognition, then image detection, tracking of an individual, etc. And it can be used in survey. It can be used in security purposes and for tracking down of individuals, etc. And it works by extracting the features of an individual, facial features of an individual, and we use algorithms to classify the images as a face or a non-face. Then our first algorithm is template matching. It is one of the traditional algorithm, and it was put forward by Rowley, and it was put forward in the year 1998. And it is a technique which is used for matching the template image with the original image in order to find whether the image is present in the original image. And during this process, we mainly go through two steps, that is template preparation and template matching. And in template preparation, we consider images of several individuals from various various age groups, from various races, etc. And a template is prepared, and this template is matched with the, and in template matching, we match this template with the original image. And if a match is found, then the image will be detected. That's how we detect using template matching. And the major advantage of this template matching is it is a very simple algorithm, and it takes only less time for training the data set. And we can specifically choose a particular part of image such as eyes or nose, etc. for making the match. And the one of the main disadvantages is that it is since it is a very it is an algorithm which was developed in the earlier stage. It is not so it is not so accurate, and it can be sensitive to noise, and can be used only to match that particular template. And the second algorithm is Viola-Jones algorithm, and this Viola-Jones algorithm was jointly proposed by Michael Jones and Paul Viola, and it was proposed in the year 2001. It is also a traditional algorithm, and in this algorithm, it is a machine learning based algorithm. Here, the image of an individual or image, the input image will be divided into grids, and it will be grayscaled. And since it is a sliding window algorithm, the algorithm will slide from the left corner of the image towards the right corner at the bottom, and it will check for the half features, presence of the half features. And these half features are present in the Adabos classifiers, and these Adabos classifiers are a set of cascade classifiers, and in each classifier there will be a half feature such as eyes, nose, etc., which are used to detect the face of an individual. Then in the first week classifier, we'll have a very simple facial feature, maybe like an eyebrow or the eyes or nose of an individual, and it can be compared very fastly. And if that particular feature is not found in the image, then that particular grid or particular portion of that image will be rejected. since it will not contain a face. And if that particular feature is present, then it will move towards the next weak classifier to check whether if it is a human face or not. And these are the main advantages, that is, it does not waste any time, as I mentioned earlier. It does not waste any time in scanning the images which have less likely a chance to contain a face. It will automatically delete that or automatically reject that portion of the image. And it is easy to train, and it's also a simple algorithm for face detection. And one of the main disadvantages that the training time taken for this algorithm is very slow, and it is only effective when the face is in a frontal view, like when the individual is facing towards the camera. And it can be sensitive to brightness, like more exposure or less exposure of light. And our next algorithm is YOLO. YOLO is you only look once approach. That means it will only go through the image for one time, and it will detect the presence of the object. And YOLO works by dividing the entire image into S by S or N by N grids, and each cell or each grid cell will be responsible for carrying out the probability or carrying out the calculation of probability value, whether the image whether the that particular grid consists of an object or not. And that particular grid will also be responsible for classifying that particular object, whether if it is a car or chair or a human, like that. And in this, as we can see, that Y is a label which is given to each grid in a particular image, and PC is the probability value. If that particular grid consists of an object, then the probability value PC will be 1, or else it will be 0. And BX/BY is the point. In order to detect a face or an image or a particular object in an image, we require we need to draw the bounding box. So in order to draw the bounding box, we need a point, and BX/BY represent the point at which the particular object is present inside the image. And BH is the height of the image, and BW is the width of the image, and width of the particular object in the image. And with that particular calculation values, we can draw the bounding box. And C1, C2, C3 are the classes. So if the object belongs to C2, then C1 and C3 will be 0. If it belongs to a car, if the object is a car, and if suppose the car is in class C1, then the particular C1 will be 1, and C2 and C3 will be 0. And IOU. IOU is taken when the object lies in 2 or more grid cells, like more than one grid cell. And in IOU, it is intersection over union. It will discard of the irrelevant grid boxes. And the user can give a particular threshold value, and IOU value will, if that IOU value calculated in the image is greater than the threshold value provided by the user, then the prediction of that particular grid cell will be considered. That means it will most likely contain an object within that particular grid cell. And if it is lesser than or equal to the threshold value, then the grid will be that particular grid cell will be ignored. Then NMS. NMS is also a technique for discarding of the irrelevant bounding boxes. As we can see in that image, it consists of lot of bounding boxes around that particular object, and this non-maximum suppression can be done in order to remove the unwanted grid boxes, unwanted or incorrect bounding boxes, and to keep only the required or that particular accurate bounding box. And the main advantages are speed, accuracy, etc. And the disadvantages are it struggles to detect small objects and the objects within a crowd. the challenges of a face detection system. As you know, occlusion means when the facial features are covered by things like cap or while wearing specs, etc. It will be very difficult for the system to recognize or detect the person. Then variation in illumination. That means as the light changes, it will be difficult to detect the person. And pose variation, aging, then low light in a crowd detection, image resolution, etc. is also the challenges faced by the face detection system. As a conclusion, I would like to conclude that based on these three algorithms, the best algorithm means it will totally depend upon our requirement. That means our application. If we require a very basic level of comparison or basic level of detection, we can use template matching. If we require a little more or a little good or accurate, a little bit accurate level of comparison or detection, we can use Viola Jones algorithm. And if we require a highly accurate one, then we can use YOLO. That's it. These are the references. Thank you.
So it's basically a survey you have done, right? Okay. So have you come across any places where it is being implemented, these algorithms?
We can implement it in face recognition
No, I
systems
mean,
like
I'm thinking about actual practice.
attendance systems.
What algorithm is being implemented there?
I have seen the use of this Viola Jones algorithm, as well as YOLO can be used in object detections like car, etc.
Okay. So have you seen the viability of these algorithms being put in actual use?
Yeah, we are currently using this Viola Jones algorithm in our project, and it gives a very good accuracy, like a real time. It can be used in real time applications, and comparatively, when it is compared to YOLO, YOLO is the best one. Yeah.
Okay. So YOLO is being implemented in biometric, you're saying, right?
Sorry, what?
Biometric, it's being implemented, YOLO algorithm.
YOLO can be used in detection, like detection as well as recognition. It can be trained accordingly.
Okay, okay. So it's just basically a study which you are carried
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
cable sizing. We are determining cable sizing in order the current carrying through and the voltage drop considerations, or the specified distance we are covering. And we are also considering voltage ratings for suitable components in the systems, which are panels, inverters, and transformers. UV resistance. Usually the cables used in solar systems should have excellent UV resistance capability in order to prevent degradation over time. And cable types, we should select appropriate cable types according to the applications. We usually select PV cables for connecting solar panels and AC/DC cables for inverter connections. So these are the differentiation of AC and DC cables, and this is defined according to the colors of the cable. This is location-based specifications. It contains 3 main wires that are used in Kerala. Used to wire, THWN wire, and PV wire. Used to wire is underground service entrance type wire. THWN is thermoplastic heat and water resistant nylon coated wire. PV wire is photovoltaic wire. Next. So these are insulation based specification. PV and used to use cross-linked polythene insulation, and THWN use PVC insulation. So we are doing a project in our college. So we have selected a used to wire and a PV wire for our project, and used to wire in the underground and PV wire for the rooftops. So used to wire is underground special entrance type wire. It has high capability for going inside the soil, and this insulation is very necessary for underground installations. It can be directly buried under the ground, and it can be well suited for underground service entrance applications. If the wire is exposed to sunlight, ensure it has UV features. Normally, used to wire doesn't have a better UV feature. If you want to do that, you should make it different. And we are using AC 4-core 15 square meter wire as used to wire. Photovoltaic wire. These are the main wires we are using in the solar panel outer connections. It is designed to handle extreme temperatures, and it's often designed to flexible, making it easier to install in solar panel arrays where flexibility is essential to accommodate various configurations. We are using copper. Copper അല്ല ഇത് copper. മെറ്റൽ ഷീറ്റ് അല്ലാണ്ട് അല്ല കോപ്പർ എടുത്തപ്പോ ഇതൊക്കെ ഇട്ടുള്ളൂ കോപ്പർ കൊറോഷൻ ഇത് മുകളിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണ ഇത് സോളാർ പാനൽസ് മേളിൽ യൂസ് ചെയ്യണത് 16 cross section. Okay. Okay. In order to resist UV sunlight.
What's the term that is photovoltaic?
Photovoltaic.
You already know some photovoltaic cells.
Absorption of sunlight. Sunlight absorption. Cable routing. We should ensure a proper cable routing in order to avoid damage for our wires. We should run cables in a defined path, like in conduits or cable trays, to maintain safe distance from other electrical components. And we are also leaving space for additional cables and for the project if it may grow. I'm welcoming Shabas.
This is the basic block diagram of our MPPT system. There is a solar panel, and the power is converted to DC power converter. That power is passed to inverter. and the MPPT control is used to used by some programs to get the preferred voltage, then the inverter output will get to load. This is the simulation of our MPPT system. There is a solar panel. When the solar panel is charged by irradiation and temperature, when the solar panel is charged and the charge will be passed to an inverter. Inverter is used to so there is a circuit that is connecting the AC to DC. When the output is passed to inverter and connected to the load. This is the simulation of MPPT system. MPPT is used to operate at its maximum power point. MPPT system enables overall efficiency of solar panel system, and the MPPT system enables solar panel to adapt to changing environmental conditions. This is the radiation reaction. When the radiance is from the product to scholar, when we get the and contrast 20 watt. This is the graph of the current and bus voltage. The PV current is 20 ampere and the bus voltage is 5 volt. This is the graph between current and PV volt. Current and voltage, when we get the current is 5 ampere and the PV voltage is 14 volt. So we can conclude the introduction of introducing advanced clean energy infrastructure, the exploration into the power plant, maximizing the solar power potential. Thank you.
How much land area taken by this panel? Area.
Plant cable.
Cable. നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലത്തെ സോളാർ പാനലിന്റെ മൊത്തത്തിൽ
പാനലിന്റെ കേബിളിന്റെ
285 meter. The sensitivity.
Panel, is it going to track the sun? Tracking or angle tracking illa. നമ്മുടെ സിസ്റ്റത്തിന് എന്താ പേര് പറഞ്ഞത്?
MPPT control system.
എന്താ maximum power point tracking. Maximum, some tracking is there, അല്ലേ? What is that tracking?
ഇത് ആ ട്രാക്കിംഗ് കേബിളിന്റെ ഡിസൈനിൽ കൂടി ചെയ്യുന്നതാണ് MPPT control.
കേബിൾ സ്റ്റാൻഡേർഡ് കേബിൾസ് അല്ല യൂസ് ചെയ്യാം.
അതായത് ഡിസൈനും ബാക്കി കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ വെച്ച് അതിന്റെ
പവർ പോയിന്റ് ട്രാക്കിംഗ് എന്നല്ലേ പറയുക? ട്രാക്കിംഗ് പറയുമ്പോൾ കേബിളിലാണോ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? അങ്ങനെയാണ്. എങ്ങനെയാണ് സിമുലേഷന്റെ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് നിങ്ങൾ കാണിച്ചില്ലേ? ഐ തിങ്ക് ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് ഇൻ പേജ് 11. ആ 11 ഒന്ന് എടുത്തേ. ഇതാണല്ലോ ഇത് സിമുലേഷന്റെ ഔട്ട്പുട്ട് അല്ലേ? സർക്യൂട്ട് ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, സർക്യൂട്ട് ആണ്. അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഇതിൽ നമുക്ക് എന്താ മനസ്സിലാവുന്ന ശരിക്കും?
കറണ്ട് കൊടുക്കുമ്പോ 3 ലെവലിലുള്ള ഔട്ട്പുട്ടുകൾ കിട്ടും.
3 എണ്ണം. ഏതൊക്കെയാണ്?
ഇറാഡിയൻസും PV വോൾട്ടേജും തമ്മിലുള്ള
ഇറാഡിയൻസ് വെച്ച് എന്താണ്?
ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ,
സൺലൈറ്റിന്റെ എക്സ്പോഷർ. നമ്മൾ സോളാർ പാനലിൽ നമ്മൾ കാൽക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് വിത്ത് ടൈമാണ്. ഇത് ടൈമിലാണ് ആ റേഡിയേഷൻ കാൽക്കുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ ആയിട്ട് റിലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തു പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. ടെമ്പറേച്ചർ റിലേറ്റഡ് ഒരു യൂണിറ്റ് ഇല്ല.
ടൈം വരുന്നത്
നമ്മള് സൺലൈറ്റ് നേരെ ഒന്ന് നോർമലായിട്ട് 1 മീറ്റർ സ്ക്വയറിൽ എത്ര വാട്ട്സ് ഉണ്ടാവും? ഇതില് സൺലൈറ്റ് 1 മീറ്റർ സ്ക്വയറിൽ സൺലൈറ്റ് വീണ എത്ര വാട്ട്സ് ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യും? 100% കൺവേർഷൻ ആണെങ്കിൽ
50 വാട്ട്സ്.
എത്ര വാട്ട്സ് ഉണ്ടാവും 1 മീറ്റർ സ്ക്വയറിൽ വെയിലടിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ? ശരിക്കും എത്ര എനർജി ഉണ്ട് അവിടെ? അതിൽ നിന്നാണ് ഇറാഡിയൻസ് നമുക്ക് കിട്ടുക. വാട്ട്സ് പെർ മീറ്റർ സ്ക്വയർ എന്ന് കണ്ടില്ലേ? അതിൽ നമുക്ക് 20% വരെ ഇപ്പൊ അച്ചീവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ളൂ. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ നല്ല പാനൽസ് ഇപ്പൊ 20 ഉള്ളൂ. ഇപ്പൊ നമുക്ക് അതിന് ബെറ്റർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആയിട്ടില്ല ഇൻ ഐഡിയൽ കണ്ടീഷൻസ്. ഇറ്റ്സ് ലൈക്ക് ദാറ്റ്. അപ്പം ഈ ഇറാഡിയൻസിൽ നമ്മൾ ശരിക്കും ചൂടല്ല, ഫോട്ടോൺസിനെയാണ് നോക്കുക. ഹീറ്റിന് ഒരു അർത്ഥവും ഇല്ല അതിനകത്ത്, ഓൺലി ഫോട്ടോൺസ്. ആ രീതിക്കാണ്, അതാണ് വന്നിരിക്കുന്നത് അതിനകത്തേക്ക്. നിങ്ങളൊന്ന് നോക്കിക്കോളൂ കേട്ടോ, സൗകര്യമായിട്ട് വായിക്കണം കേട്ടോ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ. ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ഗുഡ് സബ്ജക്ട്, സംശയമൊന്നുമില്ല. എന്നാലും
റിവ്യൂ നടത്തിയിട്ടില്ല, കുറച്ച് ടേബിൾ പോലെ വെച്ചിട്ടില്ലേ, അതിനകത്ത് നിങ്ങൾ റെഫറൻസ് കൊടുത്തിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ജനറൽ ആയിരുന്നു.
A novel magic square view topology of PV under partial shading. അതിൽ നിന്ന് എന്തെങ്കിലും കിട്ടിയായിരുന്നു നിങ്ങൾക്ക്? പിന്നെ കേബിളിനെ കുറിച്ച് കിട്ടിയ ഇതിൽ പലതരം കേബിൾസിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞില്ലേ, അത് എവിടെയാ റെഫറൻസ്? ഓക്കെ, ഐ സോ ഇറ്റ്. Per wires അല്ലേ? ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു വെരി മച്ച്.
താങ്ക് യു സാർ.
Next, we have Sonia S. with paper number 2907 to present on the topic Review on Hydroponics and Monitoring Using IoT.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Sonia S. from Rajasthani Institute of Engineering and Technology, S8 ECE student. I'm going to present a review on hydroponics and monitoring system using IoT. Hydroponics is a soilless plant cultivation method which uses nutrient-rich water solution instead of traditional soil. IoT or Internet of Things is a concept of connecting everyday devices to the internet to enable communication and data exchange for various applications. The convergence between hydroponic cultivation and Internet of Things in modern agriculture, highlighting the benefits of hydroponics, including space efficiency, climate control, and water savings capabilities. Emphasis on the crucial role of IoT in advancing hydroponic agriculture. iHydro IoT, an IoT monitoring system, and its features such as real-time analytics and data collection. iHydro IoT's ability to monitor crucial parameters and provide real-time notifications for informed decision-making. The overview of the literature survey addresses the cost implication, pest problems, nutrient composition, pH level, and water saving opportunity in hydroponics agriculture. Then the first literature paper is a growth, water use efficiency, and proline content of hydroponically grown tomato plants as affected by nitrogen source and nutrient concentration. In this paper, they have found out using only ammonium, reduced tomato dry matter contrasting with combined nitrate use, higher dry weight correlated with better water use efficiency, stressing the need for optimal water utilization, weekly measurement of proline content in tomato leaves using standard procedure. The sole focus on nitrate or ammonium may limit applicability to complex nutrient composition. These replicates per treatment could limit statistical power, especially considering potential variability. Salt ammonium use reduced tomato dry matter compared to combined nitrate use. and sweetness on scale of 0 to 6. The study focuses on lettuce plants, limits the direct applicability of findings to the other plant species, and also precise management of light quality can optimize plant production, quality, and the nutritional potential in control environments. Computer operated analytic platform for determination of nutrients in hydroponic system. The platform successfully monitored potassium, nitrate, calcium, and chloride in hydroponic systems for healthy plant growth. And challenges were noted in maintaining potassium, the optimal potassium and nitrate levels in mature plant growth stages. Used carbon monotube-based ion selective electrodes and liquid handling system for automated monitoring. The system was relatively large and lacked feedback protocol unit. Future improvements aim to use similar components and incorporate feedback mechanisms for continuous maintenance, automation streamlined operation providing real-time data for adjustments and growth stages. And the next paper, IoT. Paper, IoT-based hydroponic system using deep neural network. TNN are used to predict control actions for hydroponic system based on key parameters, integration of Arduino for sensor data collection, Raspberry Pi for deep neural network decision making, and TensorFlow enables intelligent decision making for hydroponic environment control. Previous systems lacked intelligence in controlling hydroponic environments and did not achieve high accuracy. The study showcases a novel approach integrating IoT and deep neural network for intelligent hydroponic system control. Future work may focus on enhancing intelligence at the edge of IoT-based hydroponic system and improving control action accuracy. And the next paper, effect of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, or magnesium deficiency on growth and photosynthesis of eastoma. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and calcium deficiencies resulted in reduction in plant height, node number, and leaf area in eastoma plants. Plugging seedlings were selected at the 3 to 4 leaf pair stage and grown hydroponically in nutrient deficient treatments. Growth and photosynthetic parameters were measured under nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, or magnesium deficiency in a modified Johnson solution. Lack of information on effects of other macronutritional deficiency. The study highlights the importance of proper nutrient management for optimal plant growth and productivity in eastoma plants. Enhanced hydroponic agriculture, environmental monitoring, and IoT approach. iHydro IoT enables real-time monitoring for timely interventions in hydroponics. iHydro IoT uses IoT technology for data collection and analysis, push notification, alert messages to poor conditions, improving productivity. Testing in a controlled setting evaluates system effectiveness. Limited discussion on scalability and adaptability. Bifurlance may hinder real-time monitoring in some areas. Future work should address scalability, connectivity, and validation challenges. And the next paper is comparative cultivation and biochemical analytics of iceberg lettuce grown in sand soil and hydroponics with or without macro bubbles and microbubbles and macrobubbles. Lettuce in microbubble hydroponics grew larger and taller. It had higher chlorophyll and antioxidant levels compared to hydroponics with microbubbles and macrobubbles and soil. Utilized SPSS for ANOVA, Perky test, and StatGraphics for correlation. Results may not apply universally. Effectives were not considered. Microbubble hydroponics boosted lettuce growth and this method could innovate crop cultivation practices. And the next paper, investigation on environment monitoring system for a combination of hydroponics and aquaculture in greenhouse. The major findings are the monitoring system worked well in tracking temperature, humidity, and water quality. Data collection was consistent and reliable. The study tested the system's stability and accuracy through data comparison. Experiments were done to find best fish-vegetable ratios for system efficiency. Considerations like sensor accuracy and data transmission issues are important. The system effectively monitored key parameters for aquaponics. Internet of Things in Greenhouse Agriculture, survey on enabling technologies, applications, and protocols. IoT enhances greenhouse agriculture through automation and monitoring. It improves productivity, reduces cost, and optimizes resource usage. It provides insights into current trends in future directions, but lacks depth in scalability and cost effectiveness. The study doesn't thoroughly explore scalability and cost effectiveness of IoT solutions. Practical implications on a large scale are not fully addressed. Connectivity challenges and societal acceptance must be addressed for full IoT potential. Fuzzy-based smart farming and consumed energy comparison using IoT. Utilized fuzzy logic and IoT technology for farming. Sensors monitor temperature, illuminance, and
Can you conclude?
Yes. Summary of the review papers. Findings on the convergence of hydroponics and IoT in modern agriculture. Recognition of positive impacts, urban agriculture, and the suitability of hydroponics. Reinforcement of the importance of IoT in agriculture and its diverse application, including low-cost hydroponic systems. Affirmation of IoTs. Significance as an analytical tool for hydroponic condition. Informed decision making. The structure and component of IoT, highlighting its role and enhancing agricultural practices. The emphasis the value of iHydro IoT in enabling informed decision making and improving agricultural productivity.
The overall cost for this technique. Overall cost for this entire technique. Based on these literature reviews, what's your overall inference?
IoT, deep learning networks, deep learning networks ഒക്കെ യൂസ് ചെയ്ത് ഇതിലേക്ക് include ചെയ്തിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ hydroponics efficient ആക്കാന്ന്.
Somewhere in the slide you mentioned the antioxidants can be used to enhance the growth of the plants. What's the role of the antioxidants? Can you then give an example of a fertilizer commonly used in agriculture?
Nutrient solutions. Hydroponics use ചെയ്യുന്നത് nutrient solutions, NPK solutions use ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്.
I'm asking you a normal fertilizer that we are using. What about NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium? Okay.
It was quite a collection of data, I think. Why did you conduct this survey actually?
Sir, our project is based on the hydroponics. Hydroponics like IoT, deep machine learning.
എവിടെയാണോ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? എവിടെ പഠിക്കുന്നത്?
രാജധാനിയില്.
എവിടെ?
രാജധാനി ട്രിവാൻഡ്രം.
Okay. So I think there is a slide number 12 can you take? 12. Okay. So the findings they have listed here. Did you use ChatGPT for this? Use ചെയ്തോ? അതെ ചോദിച്ചു. ഇതിനകത്ത് നോക്കുക. ആ 12 ആ ബുള്ളറ്റ് 4ാമത്തെ ബുള്ളറ്റ് ഒന്ന് വായിച്ചു നോക്കി. യൂട്ടിലൈസ്ഡ് SPSS for ANOVA and other things. അല്ലേ? ഈ SPSS എന്താ ശരിക്കും?
റിസർച്ചേഴ്സ് ഒരുപാട് പാരാമീറ്റേഴ്സ് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യാറുണ്ട്. അതിനെയൊക്കെ കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഗ്രാഫിക്കലി റെപ്രസെന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന SPSS.
അപ്പൊ അനോവ എന്തിനുള്ള
Analytics of validation.
ദിസ് അനാലിസിസ് ഓഫ് വേരിയൻസ് ആക്ച്വലി നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യണമെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആദ്യമേ നമ്മൾ ഡിസൈൻ ഓഫ് എക്സ്പീരിയൻസ് പഠിച്ചിട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. എന്നാൽ ഇതിൽ നിന്ന് കൺക്ലൂഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. നമുക്ക് ChatGPT അവർ പറയുന്ന ഇങ്ങനെ, പക്ഷെ നമ്മൾ നോക്കണം കൂടുതൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് പിടികിട്ടില്ല എന്താന്നുള്ളത്. കേട്ടോ, വളരെ സൂക്ഷിക്കണം ഇനി പ്രൊസീഡ് ചെയ്ത് പോകുന്നത്. ഞാൻ കുറെ സൈറ്റ്സ് നോക്കുന്നതാണ് നിങ്ങൾ കാണിക്കുമ്പോൾ. അത് കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ഗുഡ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റ്, നോ ഡൗട്ട് അബൌട്ട് ദാറ്റ്, ദാറ്റ്സ് ഷുവർ. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you.
അതുപോലെ കൺക്ലൂഷനിൽ ഒന്നിനും സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ്സ് ഇല്ല.
ലിറ്ററേച്ചർ റിവ്യൂല് നമ്മളൊരു കൺക്ലൂഷൻ ആണ്, ആ പേപ്പറിന്റെ കൺക്ലൂഷൻ നമ്മൾ പറയുന്നത് അവരുടെ ജസ്റ്റ് ഫൈൻഡിങ്സ് അല്ലേ ഉള്ളൂ.
ഇത് ഫൈൻഡിങ്സ് മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ. നമ്മുടെ കൺക്ലൂഷൻ നമ്മൾ പറയേണ്ട അവസാനം. ആ കൺക്ലൂഷനിലും കൺക്ലൂഷൻ സ്റ്റേറ്റസ് ഒന്നും ഇല്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഒന്ന് നോക്കി കറക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം കേട്ടോ. ഓക്കെ, താങ്ക് യു.
Please note, candidates strictly should not exceed the time limit of 10 minutes. Next, we have Sonia S. Sorry. Next, we have Binda Binoy, paper number 2909, to present on the topic a review on 3D printing techniques in food technology.
2909.
Good afternoon. My name is Binta Binoy. I'm an SATC student from Rajdhani Institute of Engineering and Technology. So now I am here to take a presentation on the topic 3D printing techniques in food technology. Introduction to 3D printing. 3D printing is also known as additive manufacturing. It is a process of creating three-dimensional objects from a digital model by depositing materials layer by layer. In the 3D printing, we have got several steps, and these include, first one is digital design. In the digital design step, we have got creating the digital model of the object to be printed using CAD software, computer-aided design software, followed by 3D scanning an existing object. Next step is slicing. This digital model is sliced into various horizontal layers, and these layers are then sent to the 3D printer in the printing step, which then build the object layer by layer according to the instructions. And after the final process is post-processing steps, which includes removing support structures, sanding, painting, etc. 3D printing in food technology. 3D printing in food technology is also known as culinary printing. It combines various traditional culinary techniques with advanced technology to create customized food products. Here, the digital model of the food is created, and this is sliced and given to the 3D printer. And accordingly, according to the instructions, the 3D printer prints the food. And despite the challenges such as ingredient compatibility, taste optimization, etc., we have got several opportunities for innovation, creativity in food production. 3D print. So now we have got. I'm going to tell about several review papers which we have referred upon about this topic. First paper is 3D printing. Printing precision and application in the food sector. Three-dimensional food printing has gained widespread attention in recent years due to the ability to create personalized food designs, enhance nutritional values, etc. And it has got several applications in various sectors like space and military food, elderly nutrition, confectionery, etc. And this paper effectively gathers information on achieving precision and accuracy in food printing.
Can you give the conclusion for that? Conclude ചെയ്യാം. അല്ലെ ഏതെങ്കിലും മിസ്സായി പോയതാണോ? മാർക്ക് വരണം.
The second paper is 3D printing technology, the new era for food customization and elaboration. In this paper, the 3D food printing faces several constraints, leading researchers to extensively investigate its utility. It aims at determining compatibility between food ingredients and identifying optimal printing parameters. And this has got several obstacles like regulatory constraints, food preservations, ingredient limitations, post-processing challenges, etc. The next paper is linking rheology and printability of a multi-component gel system of carrageenan, xanthan, starch and extrusion-based additive manufacturing. In this paper, it deals with the correlation between the rheological properties of food inks and their sustainability for printing remains unclear. And in order to address this, a gel-based system comprising of carrageenan, xanthan, starch was developed. Right. The most efficient combination is rice flour 85.95 gram, jaggery 33.04 gram, and water 114.93 gram. The novel composition holds promise as a health conscious option. This also evaluates its rheological properties as well as textural properties, introducing mathematical models for the analysis. Next paper is impact of mechanical and microstructural properties of potato pure food additive complexes on extrusion-based 3D printing. This study examined the potential of extrusion-based 3D printing to create innovative shapes using mashed potatoes, analyzing the influence of four additives: alginate, agar, lecithin, and glycerin. Printability of mashed potatoes and blends were assessed, focusing on extrusion consistency, stability, and printing precision. Scanning electron microscopy revealed additional coils in mashed potatoes with agar or alginate, enhancing the reliability. Ready extrusion, printing and post-processing of fiber-rich snack from indigenous composite flour. In a groundbreaking venture, healthy 3D snacks are being crafted using a unique blend of barnyard grass, green chickpeas, roasted chickpeas, and ajwain seeds. Instant analysis of processed 3D printed food products highlights microwave drying as the standout method. This successful endeavor opens the door to potential commercialization of these nutrients, nutritious 3D printed snacks, presenting an approach of producing fiber-rich food tailored to consumer preferences. Household 3D screen printer for cake decoration. A recent study investigates the use of a 3D printer for cake decoration, presenting an innovative approach to this culinary practice. It is a cost-effective method, open source framework, and the printer employs a tailored cream extruder made of plastic loaded into the syringes and driven by the stepper motors. A Python script manages G-code processing, interfacing with the Malin firmware of the 3D printer and an Arduino microcontroller. Design development of base chocolate printer. A significant exploration ensured with the development of a chocolate 3D printer utilizing the pressure pump technique where the chocolate serves as the printing material. This endeavor involved adapting a conventional 3D printer's design, specifically chocolate printing, the creation of a specialized extruder capable of handling the chocolate materials. Rigorous testing with sample designs demonstrated the printer's potential to produce intricate food models and craft unique patterns in the chocolate-based confections, from promising to delight and satisfaction. Time is over. So, in this presentation, taken almost 10 review papers on the topic 3D food printer and other techniques related to 3D food printer. And this applications ranges from, it has got many applications like military to space, travel food, elderly nutrition, confectionery, etc. And various properties like rheological, internal, as well as other properties of the ingredients and how it has got effects on the printability of the material is being defined. Then the practical implementation and widespread adoption holds promise for the revolutionizing of the food production, etc. Thank you. I have a question. How to characterize these materials and how you confirm whether these 3D printing is done in a material, in a food? How to characterize? Characterize meaning? Any characterization technique. How to implement or ഇതെങ്ങനെ ഇത് 3D printing നടന്നു നമ്മൾ എങ്ങനെ കൺഫേം ചെയ്യും? അതിനുള്ളൊരു ക്യാരക്ടറൈസേഷൻ ടെക്നിക്ക്. ഇതെല്ലാം കൂടെ ആ ഒരു ഇപ്പൊ എക്സ്ട്രൂഷൻ ബേസ്ഡ് 3D പ്രിന്റിംഗിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഹൗ വി എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റലി ഡിറ്റർമൈൻഡ് വെദർ ദിസ് ഡൺ, അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഇത് നമ്മൾ നടന്നു നമുക്ക് അറിയണ്ടേ എങ്ങനെ നടന്നു, അതിനൊരു ടെക്നിക്ക് വേണ്ട. ആ ടെക്നിക്ക് വെച്ച് നമ്മളൊരു റിസൾട്ട് കാണിക്കണ്ടേ. സെം എന്നപ്പോ നേരത്തെ പറയണ്ടായിരുന്നല്ലോ, സ്കാനിങ് ഇലക്ട്രോൺ മൈക്രോസ്കോപ്പി, അതിനൊരു ടെക്നിക്ക്. ഓക്കെ, വാട്ട് അബൌട്ട് ദ സ്റ്റോറേജ് സ്റ്റെബിലിറ്റി ഓഫ് ദിസ്? Storage stability of this 3D printed food and the food alone. Shelf life or storage stability. Actually, that is ഒരു ഡിസഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ആണ് സ്റ്റോറേജ് സ്റ്റെബിലിറ്റി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. അതാ ചോദിക്കുന്നത് എത്രയാണ്. അത് വളരെ ഇമ്പോർട്ടന്റ് അല്ലേ? ഇപ്പൊ പറഞ്ഞു സ്പേസിലേക്കൊക്കെ പോകുമ്പോ അത് വേണം എന്ന് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്. സ്പേസിൽ നമുക്ക് 2 മണിക്കൂർ കൊണ്ട് എത്തുന്ന സ്ഥലമാണോ? So you must be aware about the storage time. Okay. Stability. Okay. Okay. Next, how to optimize these parameters. Optimize.
Factories. So when you visit the factory, you always think as an engineer. See, plywood may the quality differs like anything. Some plywoods will be somebody will be manufacturing in a very good manner, somebody will be manufacturing in a very bad manner. So how to have a better quality, what systems you can implement, what control systems you can implement. So what I have is I'm an electrical engineer. So basically what exposure I have is over this last 10 years working with BIS, I visited so many factories. Even if you just think about plywood, the factories in Perimbawar also I visited, factories in outside so many places, very good factories also I visited. So everywhere the system they use is different. So whenever you think about you as an engineer in outside the institution, outside your college, you will have some kind of a aim, right? Somewhere you will work. So there, what all solutions you can provide, that is what matters. So this exposure visit or the exposure that BIS provides will help you to do that. So the standards BIS has set, you should have some kind of an idea how to read, understand, interpret the standards, and how best you can implement solutions in these industries. That is the idea we give through this standard club. Because if you think about India as a whole, so many schemes of the government are there now. Make in India electronics policies, National Electronics Policy 2019 is there. We are planning to this production linked incentive PLI scheme is there. Government of India has launched. So all these schemes are aimed at bringing manufacturers to India. There are many manufacturers who are coming to India. How many of you know that toys are under mandatory certification of BIS? ISA mark is mandatory on toys. So this particular thing has come, I think, long back in 2019, And in 2021, the order was made mandatory. That is, after 2021, nobody is allowed to sell toys in India without the ISA mark on it. So what is the end effect of this? The end effect of this is 99% of the toys which are being sold in India or consumed by our people were made in China. Okay. So now the shift is, now we are importing raw materials from China and making it in India. So when I think over the last 2 years, at least we have had quite a good number of toy manufacturers who have newly established factories in India. They have created factories here. They are producing toys here. They are doing R&D projects for toys. It's a big market. It's not a small market. It's a big market, toys. So when you think about India as a manufacturing hub for toys, what we need? People are establishing factories. Who will establish factories? People with that business mind. People have money in their hand. But do they have technical knowledge? Can they do R&D? We need engineers for that. So if you as an engineer can come forward to do that work, then you need to have the standard knowledge about the standards, what is required in the final product. Then you need your basics, what you study here. So you have to identify exactly what problem the industries face. Okay. And learn according to that, learn to solve that problems. So these are opportunities which I list out for you. See around you, so many factories are coming up. We ourselves in Kochi itself, in Kerala itself, we have granted so many licenses for new toy factories. Many of the places we go for inspection, we don't see proper engineers there, or the engineers there don't know what is happening in their factory. Right? So you have an opportunity here. So when manufacturing increases in India, this is not the only sector. No, toys are not the only sector. You think about ACs, air conditioners. Air conditioners, you have the hermetic compressor. All those things are coming under mandatory certification of BIS. So in if you see Chennai and around region, we have so many manufacturing industries. They have newly established factories there. All are opportunities for you when you think. So basically, you get industry exposure, make yourself employable. Find solutions, make yourself employable. That is the idea behind the Standard Club. Learn about standards, get exposure. Currently, any exposure visit have been given for? No. Okay. So, and understand what is happening in the industries. That is what we aim to implement. And when you think about standardization from BIS, I think mostly my topic is on that. We have a technical divisional council for electronics and IT. So they do standardization for all these electronic products, including this AI, machine learning, data security, all those things. We make standards. So those standards are made by experts in the field who are already worked so many years there. So they will set the standards. So you basically, whenever you go there, you understand that these standards are there. Learn how to do this, how to read, how to interpret the standards, those things. So all this initiative or the Standard Club program BIS is doing is for enabling you to do that work only. Okay. So since you already know something about BIS, I don't want to go through again BIS history, all those things. So I will leave that. So the Standard Club, if you see in Kerala, I think we are a little behind. If you see Tamil Nadu, we have already established so many Standard Club, more than 500 we have established. And over the last 2 years, I think at least 4 people have just got placement because of the Standard Club only. They told in their interview, they have told that they know about BIS standards and all. And they had a requirement there. They wanted such people there. So we have testimonials who have people have written exactly because of Standard Club only I got a job. Right? So why it is so is standards are very important in an industry. Any industry you take, standards are most important. It's not just BIS standard or not just Indian standard. Any standard, international, ISO, IEC, any standards are very important. So you become a part of this, see what is happening around you. Even in nearby factories itself, you can provide a lot of solutions. Find the solutions, how best you can implement it. you can see, but you can see the problem, identify the need there, and find the solutions for that. Okay. Any questions on BIS? What you don't know? That's an open section. You can ask whatever you want. No issues. Anything you would like to know about BIS? New job opportunities also you can ask. No issues. Because we go to factories in and around Chennai. There also we see so many Malayalis there. So many Malayalis are there who are working there as engineers, taking care of quality, testing, all those points. Okay. So if you have any doubts also, you can get in touch with us. Anything you want to know about BIS also, you can get in touch with us. There is no issue with that. Okay. So I am basically from electrical side. If you want some technical doubt, you cannot ask me. I can talk more about electrical. So basically, if you have a knowledge on what is happening actual industry, you have you can go a long way in future. You should know what is happening in industry. You have to see what is happening there, identify issues there, find the solutions there. That will take you a long way in forward. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Now it's time for the award distribution. First is the participants award. For the same, I invite Sridhit sir and also the joint coordinator, Robin sir, to the stage. Linsa Salim. Dhana Murali. I request our respected principal and Thomas Charge to join the podium. I also request Jayendra sir to join. Amaldeep Biju. Tejas Krishna Jay. Congratulations to all the participants. Now the most awaited Best Presentation Award goes to Linsa Salim of Ilahia College of Engineering and Technology on the topic Object Recognition System for Blind. She's awarded with a certificate and a cash award. I invite HOD of Electronics and Communication Department, Sharon Thomas, to join the podium. I also request Bosar to join. Now we have a token of gratitude to Dr. Thomas George, Professor and Head of Electronics and Communication Engineering Department, Mar Athanasius College of Engineering, Kodamangalam. Thank you, sir. Congratulations to all participants and winner. Now, for giving the participation award, I invite Professor Bose sir and also Srijit sir, accompanied by HOD of Electronics and Communication Department, Professor Sharon Miss. Anto Manuel. Shefan Salam. Shafan Salam, Sunita PS, Sterin Philip, Vismaya KS, Ashik PS, Lena Rafi, Ashmit TM, Don Tampi, Jefsin Roja KM, Bensi Verghese A, Bensi Verghese A, Arya Sara Alex, Arjun TS, Arjun TS, Sachin Joshi, Assistant Professor Sunita S. Pillai, Tanziha, Fasmi KA, Pibin P. Binoy, Muhammad Ramim MA, Vishnu Suresh, Ashwin VS, Ashwin VS, Binsia Nazreen, Himal Benjam MP, MJ Devi Krishna. Brighty Sudhir. I invite Professor Bose Joseph for a few words.
I know that the time is late running and many of you have come far away from Trichur as well. So once again, on behalf of the ECE department and on behalf of MBITS, we thank you all for the interest and the initiative you have shown and come all the way and participated. So probably it's a small start, but keep up the same spirit, and in the future you can come up with more innovative ideas and present it in a more beautiful manner. So that's all. So thank you very much once again. And I really appreciate all the organizers, my colleagues from the ECE department, especially Dr. Sajin, who was actually behind this event for the last few weeks actually. And the whole department has come up with a good start today, and we will be concluding, hopefully concluding beautifully tomorrow. So thank you all, and safe journey back. God bless.
Thank you, sir. We have arranged tea for you. After that, you can leave. Thank you for all your coordination and participation. Thank you so much.